Greetings and salutations. Welcome to Harry What If. We are thrilled to present today's story. What if Harry found a lonely girl trapped inside the mirror of Erised and freed her with true love? If these stories bring joy to your day, please consider liking and subscribing. Every bit of support helps us continue this passion project. Now, prepare yourself for an amazing tale. Chapter 1, The Girl in the Glass. Harry jerked awake, heart hammering against his ribs. Another nightmare about Sirius falling through the veil. He fumbled for his glasses, squinting at his watch, 3:17 a.m. Ron's snores filled the dormitory, punctuated by Neville's occasional mumbles about plants. Not getting back to sleep now, Harry muttered, grabbing his invisibility cloak from his trunk. Maybe walking would clear his head. The castle corridors stretched empty and silent, moonlight spilling through tall windows and painting silver pathways across the stone floor. Harry wandered without purpose, just grateful to escape the suffocating weight of his dreams. Sixth year had barely started, and already the pressure of the prophecy, Dumbledore's private lessons, and the constant threat of Voldemort crushed down on him. He rounded a corner and stopped. Wait, where was he? This corridor didn't look familiar, with its dust-covered suits of armor and faded tapestries. Hogwarts had a habit of rearranging itself, and Harry had a habit of finding its secrets. A door stood ajar at the end of the hall, spilling a faint, silvery glow into the corridor. Lumos, he whispered, his wand tip illuminating cobwebs and footprints in the dust, his own and someone else's. Fresh ones, heading toward that glowing room. Harry approached cautiously, wand raised. Through the gap, he glimpsed a tall, ornate object draped with a sheet that had partially fallen away. No way, he breathed, pushing the door wider. The hinges protested with a long creak. There it stood, the mirror of Erised. 5 years had passed since Harry last saw it, since Dumbledore had told him it would be moved to a new home. Yet here it stood, its gold frame gleaming in the wandlight, the familiar inscription carved along the top, Erised stra eru oit ube kafru oit unwosi. I show not your face but your heart's desire, Harry translated aloud, remembering Dumbledore's explanation from first year. He hesitated, memories washing over him. Last time, he'd seen his parents, the family he'd never know. What would he see now? Sirius alive again? Voldemort defeated? The prophecy fulfilled? Only one way to find out. Harry stepped before the mirror, bracing himself. His reflection appeared, just him at first, looking tired in pajamas and invisibility cloak. Then the image shifted. There stood his parents, smiling proudly. Sirius slung an arm around James's shoulders, whole and vibrant and alive. But something else caught Harry's attention, a flicker of movement in the background. A girl about his age stood half-hidden behind his mirror family. Dark hair fell in waves around a heart-shaped face, and her eyes, startlingly blue, met his directly. She didn't belong with his parents and Sirius. She wasn't part of his lost family. So why was she in the mirror? The girl stepped forward, past his parents who continued smiling, unaware. She raised her hand as if touching the glass from inside. Harry blinked. The mirror of Erised showed your deepest desire, it didn't show random people moving independently. Hello, he said stupidly, feeling immediately foolish for talking to a magical reflection. The girl's eyes widened. She glanced over her shoulder at the mirror version of Harry's family, then back at the real Harry. Her lips moved, forming words Harry couldn't hear. Harry stepped closer. I can't hear you. She shook her head, looking frustrated. Then her expression brightened. She breathed on the glass, fogging it from her side, and quickly traced letters before they faded. Can you see me? Harry nearly dropped his wand. What the, heart racing, he copied her, fogging the glass and writing, yes. Who are you? The girl's face lit up with such intense hope that Harry felt it like a physical blow. She quickly wrote, Lyra. Trapped. Help me. Harry stared, uncomprehending. This wasn't how the mirror of Erised worked. It showed desires, not, whatever this was. How long? He wrote. She hesitated, then wrote, what year is it? 1996. The shock on her face told Harry everything before she wrote, since 1695, 300 years. Harry gasped. That's impossible. A sound from the corridor jolted him back to reality. Footsteps approached, slow, measured, unfamiliar. Harry threw the invisibility cloak over himself just as the door creaked wider. A tall man entered, impeccably dressed in midnight blue robes embroidered with silver stars. His black hair was streaked with gray at the temples, his goatee neatly trimmed. He carried himself with the self-assured dignity of someone accustomed to authority. The man approached the mirror, studying it with clinical interest. He ran long fingers along the golden frame, murmuring words too quiet for Harry to catch. When he gazed into the mirror, his reflection smiled back at him, but Harry noticed something strange. The man's actual face remained impassive, while his reflection looked triumphant, almost predatory. Harry glanced at Lyra, who had pressed herself against the edge of the mirror frame, clearly trying to stay out of the man's view. Her face showed naked fear. After several minutes of examination, the man stepped back, made a note in a small black book, and left the room. Harry waited until the footsteps faded completely before removing his cloak. Lyra immediately reappeared in the center of the mirror, frantically writing, Blackthorn. Dangerous. Please help. Who was that? Harry wrote. Descendant. His family trapped me. The magnitude of what he was experiencing hit Harry all at once. This wasn't some trick or illusion, there was a real person somehow trapped inside the mirror of Erised for centuries. I'll help you, he wrote without hesitation. How? Lyra's expression softened with gratitude, but she shook her head. Don't know. Research. Be careful. The door creaked again. Harry threw his cloak on just as Filch's wheezing form appeared, Mrs. Norris twining between his ankles. Students out of bed. I know you're in here, he growled, lantern held high. Harry pressed against the wall, holding his breath. Before Filch could investigate further, Mrs. Norris hissed and darted out the door, leading her master on a chase down the corridor. When Harry looked back at the mirror, Lyra had written, Come back tomorrow. Please. I promise, Harry wrote, then reluctantly backed away. All thoughts of sleep vanished as Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower, his mind racing with questions. Who was Lyra? How had she been trapped? And who was the man examining the mirror? One thing was certain, Harry needed help, and that meant telling Ron and Hermione. You found what? Hermione's voice rose to a squeak, drawing curious glances from other breakfast-goers. She leaned closer, lowering her volume. The mirror of Erised is supposed to be locked away somewhere secure. Ron shoveled eggs into his mouth. And there's a girl trapped inside? Mate, are you sure you weren't just dreaming? I know what I saw, Harry insisted, pushing his untouched toast around his plate. She wrote messages on the glass. She's been trapped for 300 years. That's impossible, Hermione frowned. The mirror shows desires, not real people. I know how the mirror works, Hermione. This was different. Harry described his encounter in detail, including the mysterious man and Lyra's reaction to him. Blackthorn, Ron mused. That name sounds familiar. It should, said Hermione. The Blackthorns were a powerful pureblood family from the 17th century, known for experimenting with dangerous magic. They supposedly died out during the Goblin rebellions. Harry lowered his voice further. Well, at least one of them is very much alive and inspecting magical artifacts at Hogwarts. We need to find out why he's here, said Hermione, her mind clearly already racing through possibilities. We need to help Lyra first, Harry countered. Ron snorted. How exactly do you plan to get someone out of a magic mirror? We don't even know if she's real, Harry. I know she's real, Harry insisted. You didn't see her eyes, Ron. That wasn't a reflection or a trick. The great hall buzzed with morning conversations around them, students comparing schedules and complaining about homework. The normalcy felt jarring against the strangeness of what Harry had discovered. Professor McGonagall approached the Gryffindor table, her lips pressed into their familiar thin line. Potter, Professor Dumbledore wished me to inform you he will be away for several days on urgent business. Your special lessons will resume upon his return. Thanks, Professor, Harry replied, then seized the opportunity. Professor, do you know anything about a ministry official visiting Hogwarts? Tall man, goatee, blue robes. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. That would be Darius Blackthorne from the Department of Mysteries. He's conducting an inventory of magical artifacts within the castle, a routine procedure, I'm told. Why do you ask? Just curious. Saw him in the corridors, Harry lied. McGonagall studied him suspiciously. Mr. Blackthorne's work is confidential, Potter. I suggest you focus on your studies rather than ministry business. She moved on to address a question from Neville. Department of Mysteries, Hermione whispered. He's an unspeakable, Harry. This can't be good. You reckon he's here specifically for the mirror? Asked Ron. Harry nodded grimly. Lyra was terrified of him. She said his family trapped her. We need to do research, Hermione decided. I'll check the library for anything about the Mirror of Erised and the Blackthorne family. And I need to talk to Lyra again, said Harry. Tonight. You can't go alone, Hermione warned. Not with an unspeakable prowling around. I'll go with him, Ron volunteered, looking surprised at his own offer. Under the invisibility cloak. Harry felt a rush of gratitude. Despite everything they'd been through, his friend still had his back, even when he was chasing what sounded like an impossible story about a girl trapped in a mirror. The day crawled by with agonizing slowness. Double potions with Snape, who seemed determined to prove Harry didn't deserve his outstanding OWL score. Charms practice that Harry could barely focus on. Even defense against the dark arts, normally his best subject, failed to hold his attention as Snape droned on about nonverbal spells. When Harry walked into the Great Hall for dinner, he immediately noticed Darius Blackthorne seated at the staff table, engaged in conversation with Professor Flitwick. The unspeakable's gestures were animated as he described something that had Flitwick nodding enthusiastically. He doesn't look like someone with evil intentions, Hermione observed, following Harry's gaze. Neither did Quirrell, Harry reminded her. Or Crouch. Ron groaned. Please don't let this be another evil defense professor situation. He's not a professor, Hermione corrected. He's here temporarily. Temporarily is how they all start, Ron muttered darkly. As if sensing their attention, Blackthorne glanced their way. His eyes locked with Harry's for a brief moment, one eyebrow lifting slightly before he returned to his conversation with Flitwick. He knows, Harry whispered. He knows I was there last night. Don't be paranoid, Hermione said, though she didn't sound convinced. Let's eat quickly. I found some interesting books we should look at before you go mirror hunting. The Gryffindor common room buzzed with activity that evening, making private conversation impossible. They retreated to a quiet corner of the library instead, where Hermione spread several ancient-looking books across a table. Most historical accounts of the Mirror of Erised are frustratingly vague, she reported, flipping open a leather-bound volume titled Reflections on Magical Reflectors. It's described as showing the heart's deepest desire over and over, but there's almost nothing about its origins or creation. What about the Blackthorns? Harry asked. Hermione slid another book forward, Pure Blood Directory, Extended Histories. Corvus Blackthorne was considered a magical innovator in the late 17th century. He specialized in containment magic, particularly methods of capturing and preserving magical energy. She lowered her voice. Some accounts suggest he experimented with trapping magical creatures to harvest their powers. Sounds lovely, Ron grimaced. There's more, Hermione continued. In 1695, he announced he was on the verge of a breakthrough that would revolutionize magical understanding forever. Then he disappeared for several months. When he returned, he claimed his workshop and research had been destroyed in an accident. 1695, Harry repeated. The same year Lyra said she was trapped. Exactly, Hermione nodded. And there's a reference to Corvus having an apprentice who vanished around the same time. No name is given, but it has to be her, Harry said. Lyra must have been his apprentice. Ron leaned forward. So this Corvus bloke trapped his own apprentice in the mirror. Why would he do that? Maybe she discovered something he wanted to keep secret, Harry suggested. Or maybe she was part of the experiment, Hermione added grimly. Human subjects yield more precise magical results than creatures. A shiver ran down Harry's spine. And now his descendant is here, looking for the mirror. Which brings us to our biggest question, Hermione said. How do we free someone from an enchanted mirror? Harry ran his hands through his hair. We don't even know if it's possible. Everything's possible with magic, Ron said, surprising them both with his certainty. My dad always says the most dangerous thing to believe is that something can't be done. That's when wizards stop looking for solutions. Hermione stared at Ron with newfound appreciation. That's actually quite profound, Ron. Ron's ears reddened. Yeah, well, even Dad says smart things sometimes. Harry checked his watch. It's nearly curfew. We should go now if we want enough time with the mirror. They packed up the books, Hermione checking several out for background reading. The corridors were mostly empty as they made their way to the 7th floor, ducking into alcoves whenever a prefect or professor passed by. Are you sure this is the right way? Ron whispered as they turned down a dusty corridor Harry recognized from the previous night. I don't remember this part of the castle. It's here, Harry insisted, approaching the partially open door with the silvery glow. Keep your voices down. The mirror of Erised stood exactly as Harry had left it, its golden frame catching the wand light. For a moment, the glass showed only their reflections, Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled together beneath the invisibility cloak. Then the surface rippled like disturbed water. Lyra appeared, her face lighting up when she saw Harry. She glanced curiously at Ron and Hermione. These are my friends, Harry explained, not knowing if she could hear him. They're helping me. Lyra nodded, then fogged the glass to right. Blackthorn came again. Searching. We know who he is, Harry told her, fogging the glass to right. Depth of mysteries. Unspeakable. Lyra's eyes widened. She quickly wrote, dangerous. Wants mirror's power. Trap others. I knew it. Hermione hissed. The mirror must have special properties beyond showing desires. Like trapping people for 3 centuries. Ron muttered. Harry wrote, how were you trapped? Lyra's expression darkened. She wrote a longer message, the words appearing and fading quickly, Corvus Blackthorn's apprentice. Discovered he modified mirror to capture magical essence. He caught me. Used me as first test. That's horrible, Hermione whispered, her academic interest giving way to genuine outrage. Can we free you? Harry wrote. Lyra hesitated, then wrote, maybe. Mirror responds to desire. Trap is desire corrupted. True selfless desire might break it. What does that mean? Ron asked. The mirror shows what you want most, Hermione reasoned. If it was modified to trap people, it must twist that desire somehow. Harry remembered Dumbledore's warning from first year, men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. So to break the trap, Harry said slowly, someone has to desire Lyra's freedom more than anything else. Without wanting anything in return. Yes, Lyra wrote, having apparently read his lips. But dangerous. Partial connection possible first. Safer. Partial connection. Hermione repeated. Lyra wrote again, hand on glass. Focus on wanting me free. Just to be free. Nothing else. Harry stepped forward without hesitation. Harry, wait, Hermione started. We don't know what could happen, Ron warned. I can't just leave her trapped, Harry replied, placing his palm flat against the cool surface of the mirror. I won't. Lyra placed her hand against his from inside the mirror. Harry stared into her eyes, deep blue, filled with hope and fear in equal measure, and focused his thoughts. I want her to be free. Not for me, not for any reason except that no one deserves to be trapped for centuries. At first, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the surface beneath Harry's hand began to warm. The glass softened like wax, not quite liquid but no longer solid. Harry felt something pressing back against his palm, fingers, slender and warm and undeniably real. A strange humming filled the air, vibrating through Harry's bones. The mirror's frame began to glow, ancient runes appearing along the gold, burning bright before fading again. Harry! Hermione gasped. The glass rippled outward from their connected hands. Lyra's fingers emerged, intertwining with Harry's, followed by her wrist and part of her forearm, solid flesh extending from the shimmering surface. Her skin felt electric against his, sending sparks of magic racing up his arm. Harry could feel her pulse, quick and strong. Their eyes remained locked, and Harry saw tears forming in hers. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the connection broke. The glass solidified, forcing Lyra's arm back into the mirror. The humming stopped, leaving a ringing silence. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. Did that just happen? Lyra looked as shocked as they were. She pressed her hands against the glass, which remained solid now. It worked. She wrote, her movements frantic with excitement. Never happened before. First step to freedom. A tremendous crash echoed from somewhere in the castle, followed by the wail of magical alarms. That can't be good, Ron muttered. Hermione grabbed both boys by their sleeves. We need to go. Now. Harry looked back at Lyra, reluctant to leave. Go, she wrote urgently. Blackthorn will come. Felt the magic. I'll return, Harry promised, backing away as Hermione tugged him under the invisibility cloak. They'd barely made it into the corridor when they heard rapid footsteps approaching from both directions. Pressing against the wall, they watched as Filch hurried past from one end, while from the other came Darius Blackthorn, moving with surprising speed, his wand drawn. Someone triggered the artifact. Blackthorn called to Filch. Which room? This one, sir, Filch replied, pointing to the mirror room. Detecting student presence too. Get McGonagall and Snape, Blackthorn ordered. I'll secure the artifact. As Filch hurried away, Blackthorn entered the room. The trio waited several tense moments, then crept forward to peer through the gap in the door. Blackthorn stood before the mirror, his back to them. His wand moved in complex patterns as he cast silent spells. The mirror's frame pulsed with blue light in response. I know you're there, Lyra, they heard him say, his voice soft but carrying. After all these years, still fighting. My ancestors' notes were right about your spirit. He reached out to touch the frame, tracing one of the carved symbols. And I know someone helped you. Someone with extraordinary magical potential. He turned, scanning the seemingly empty doorway. I'll find them. And when I do, you and I will have a lot to discuss about the nature of desire and imprisonment. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the drafty corridor. Blackthorn's words carried absolute certainty, and promise. Under the cloak, they carefully retreated, not daring to speak until they reached the safety of Gryffindor Tower. I felt her, Ron. She was real. Harry paced the empty common room, too wired to sleep despite the late hour. Her hand was warm. Alive. I believe you, mate, Ron said, slumped in an armchair by the dying fire. But we're in way over our heads. Did you see those spells Blackthorn was casting? That's serious magic. And those alarms, Hermione added, surrounded by open books. He must have placed detection charms around the mirror. He knew immediately when the magic activated. Harry sank onto the couch beside her. What are you looking for? Information about magical imprisonment, she replied, flipping pages rapidly. There's very little about the Mirror of Erised specifically, but plenty about containment spells in general. Any mention of partial manifestations like what happened tonight? Harry asked. Hermione hesitated. Nothing exactly like that, but there's a theory about magical objects that hold human essences. The longer someone remains trapped, the more their essence becomes intertwined with the object. After 300 years. She trailed off. What? Harry demanded. After 300 years, what? She might not be able to exist independently anymore, Hermione finished reluctantly. The mirror could be sustaining her. Ron sat up straighter. You mean freeing her might kill her? I don't know, Hermione admitted. But we need to consider the possibility. Harry shook his head fiercely. No. There has to be a way to free her completely. You saw her arm, it was solid, real. If part of her can manifest, all of her can. We should tell Dumbledore when he gets back, Ron suggested. He knows about the mirror already. Blackthorn will have moved it by then, Harry countered. We need to act quickly. Hermione closed her book with a snap. There might be a ritual that could work. Something that builds on what you did tonight. But Harry, it would require extremely powerful magic, and absolute purity of intention. What do you mean? The mirror shows desire. To free someone trapped by desire, you'd need to demonstrate a desire that's completely selfless. She hesitated. I'm not saying you weren't sincere tonight, but... But what? Be honest with yourself, Harry. Is your desire to free Lyra completely selfless, or is part of you drawn to the mystery? The connection? The chance to save someone? Harry wanted to protest, but Hermione's question struck uncomfortably close to home. Was he truly acting selflessly? Or did he see in Lyra another person to rescue, another wrong to right, another distraction from his own problems? I don't know, he admitted finally. But I know leaving her trapped is wrong. We'll help you, Ron promised. But we need a real plan, not just showing up and hoping for the best. The portrait hole swung open, revealing Professor McGonagall in a tartan dressing gown, her face tight with anger. There you are, she said sharply. I might have known. Which one of you triggered the magical alarms tonight? The trio exchanged guilty glances. It was me, Professor, Harry admitted. Mr. Potter. Why am I not surprised? McGonagall's nostrils flared. Would you care to explain why you were interfering with a highly dangerous magical artifact after curfew? Harry hesitated, then made a split-second decision. Professor, there's someone trapped in the Mirror of Erised. A girl named Lyra who's been imprisoned for 300 years. McGonagall's expression shifted from anger to concern. Potter, the Mirror of Erised shows desires, not, I know how it works, Professor, Harry interrupted. This is different. She communicates. She told us she was trapped by a wizard named Corvus Blackthorn in 1695. And you believe this, communication, is genuine? I touched her, Harry insisted. Her hand came through the mirror. She's real. McGonagall studied him intently, then glanced at Ron and Hermione. You two witnessed this? They nodded solemnly. After a long pause, McGonagall sighed. I suppose I should know better than to dismiss your claims out of hand, Potter, given your track record. However, Mr. Blackthorn is quite disturbed by tonight's incident. He's placed additional security around the artifact and requested you be banned from the east wing of the 7th floor entirely. Professor, you can't let him take the mirror, Harry urged. Lyra says he wants to use its power to trap others, just like his ancestor did. That is a serious accusation against a ministry official, Mr. Potter. Please, Professor, Hermione interjected. At least look at the mirror yourself. See if Lyra appears to you. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. I will investigate this matter personally. But I must insist the three of you stay away from the mirror until I've done so. Is that clear? Yes, Professor, they chorused, not quite meeting her eyes. Good. Now off to bed, all of you. And Potter, she added as they rose to leave, 10 points from Gryffindor for being out after curfew, regardless of your motives. Sleep eluded Harry that night. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Lyra's face, felt the electric warmth of her hand against his. The raw hope in her eyes when their skin touched haunted him. Morning brought a surprise visitor to the Gryffindor table at breakfast, Dobby the house elf, who tugged at Harry's sleeve while glancing nervously around. Harry Potter, sir, he squeaked, Dobby has message for Harry Potter. From Professor McGonagall. What is it, Dobby? The elf leaned closer, his huge ears twitching. Professor says to tell Harry Potter she has seen for herself. She is arranging private viewing tonight. 8 o'clock, her office. Relief flooded through Harry. She saw Lyra. Dobby nodded vigorously. Professor was most distressed. Said to bring friends but tell no one else. With a crack, he disapparated. McGonagall believed you, Ron said, impressed. Of course she did, Hermione replied. McGonagall always investigates thoroughly before making judgments. Harry scanned the staff table. McGonagall sat in her usual place, looking perfectly composed as she buttered her toast. No one would guess she'd made a shocking discovery about a magical artifact overnight. Darius Blackthorne sat several seats away, engaged in what appeared to be a tense conversation with Professor Snape. As Harry watched, Blackthorne gestured emphatically while Snape's expression grew increasingly sour. Wonder what that's about, Ron muttered. Probably trying to recruit Snape to help with the mirror, Harry guessed. He's supposed to be brilliant with magical objects. Classes dragged by with excruciating slowness. Harry could barely concentrate on his Transfiguration essay, earned a scathing critique from Snape in defense against the dark arts, and nearly caused an explosion in potions when he added porcupine quills at the wrong time. By dinner, his nerves were frayed to breaking point. What if Blackthorne moved the mirror before they could help Lyra? What if McGonagall decided the situation was too dangerous for students to handle? Eat something, Harry, Hermione urged. You'll need your strength tonight. Not hungry, Harry muttered, pushing his shepherd's pie around his plate. She's right, mate, Ron said through a mouthful of food. Can't rescue mirror girls on an empty stomach. Despite himself, Harry smiled at Ron's matter-of-fact approach to their bizarre situation. He managed a few bites before they headed to McGonagall's office. The Transfiguration professor was waiting for them, her face grave. Come in quickly, she said, ushering them inside and locking the door with multiple spells. To Harry's astonishment, the mirror of Erised stood in the center of her office, looking strangely out of place among the neat bookshelves and tartan biscuit tin. How did you? He began. Professor Flitwick and I moved it while Mr. Blackthorne was meeting with the headmaster, McGonagall explained. Officially, I'm examining it for educational purposes before it's transferred to ministry custody. You believe us about Lyra? Hermione asked. McGonagall's expression softened. I do, Miss Granger. I saw her myself, a most remarkable and disturbing discovery. She turned to Harry. She seems quite eager to see you again, Mr. Potter. Harry approached the mirror. For a moment, it showed only his reflection, then rippled to reveal Lyra, who beamed at him with obvious relief. You came back, she wrote on the glass. Professor McGonagall helped, Harry replied. Lyra nodded to McGonagall, who approached cautiously. Miss Lyra, McGonagall said, her Scottish brogue thicker with emotion. I want you to know we're committed to helping you, but we must proceed carefully. Mr. Blackthorn must not discover our intentions. Lyra wrote, he wants Mirror's power. Many trapped souls equals more magic to harvest. Harvest? Ron repeated. A theoretical branch of dark magic, McGonagall explained grimly. Capturing magical essence for use in spells or potions. Highly illegal and considered impossible by most experts. Not impossible, Lyra wrote. Painful. Harry felt sick at the implication. Professor, we have to free her. I agree, Potter, but the method must be considered carefully. Miss Granger, I understand you've been researching containment spells. Hermione nodded eagerly. Yes, Professor. Based on what happened when Harry partially manifested Lyra's hand, I believe a full manifestation is possible with the right ritual. The key seems to be selfless desire, Harry added. Wanting Lyra's freedom for her sake alone, not for any benefit to ourselves. McGonagall looked troubled. Matters of the heart are perhaps the most complex magic of all, Potter. True selflessness is rare. Need connection first, Lyra wrote. Stronger than before. What kind of connection? Hermione asked. Lyra hesitated, then wrote, emotional. Real. Not just rescue. Harry understood suddenly. You need to be more than just someone to save. You need to be a real person to us. Lyra nodded, her eyes meeting his with an intensity that made his heart skip. She wrote, tell me about you. Real you. I'll do same. A magical bond based on genuine understanding, McGonagall mused. Fascinating theoretical magic. Ron cleared his throat. So Harry needs to, what? Make friends with her. Form a genuine connection, Hermione corrected. See her as a person, not a prisoner or a mystery. Harry stepped closer to the mirror. I can do that. Over the next hour, Harry and Lyra exchanged information about themselves through written messages and lip reading. Harry learned that Lyra had been orphaned young and apprenticed to Corvus Blackthorn at 15, showing exceptional talent for experimental magic. She'd discovered his plans to use the mirror as a soul trap and confronted him, only to become his first victim. In turn, Harry told her about his parents, Hogwarts, Voldemort, and the prophecy, things he rarely discussed openly, even with Ron and Hermione. There was something freeing about sharing with someone who existed outside his complicated world, who had no preconceptions about the boy who lived. As they communicated, Harry noticed something strange. The mirror's surface seemed less solid between them, occasionally rippling like water when their emotions ran particularly strong. McGonagall noticed too. The connection is strengthening the manifestation potential, she observed. Remarkable. Lyra wrote, try again. Hand. Harry glanced at McGonagall, who nodded. But be prepared to withdraw immediately if anything feels wrong, Potter. Harry placed his palm against the glass. This time, Lyra's hand emerged almost immediately, fingers intertwining with his. The connection felt stronger, more stable, her skin warm and solid against his. It's working better, Harry said, excitement building. Maybe if we. A tremendous crash shook the office door, sending books tumbling from shelves. McGonagall whirled, wand raised, as the door splintered inward. Darius Blackthorn stood in the doorway, his face contorted with rage, flanked by Professor Snape. Minerva, Blackthorn spat, I should have known. Interference with ministry property is a serious offense. As is imprisoning a human being for 3 centuries, Mr. Blackthorn, McGonagall replied coolly, though her wand remained steady. Blackthorn's eyes fixed on Harry and Lyra's connected hands, widening with a mixture of shock and covetous hunger. Partial manifestation, he breathed. You've accomplished what my ancestor only theorized. His gaze shifted to Harry. You, boy. You have extraordinary magical resonance with the mirror. Let go, Harry, Hermione whispered urgently. Harry tried to withdraw his hand, but found he couldn't. The connection had strengthened beyond his control. Lyra's eyes showed panic as she too seemed unable to retreat back into the mirror. Blackthorn stepped forward. The mirror has claimed countless lives over centuries, collecting magical essence drop by drop. But a willing conduit, someone with natural affinity for its magic, could unleash its full potential. That's quite enough, Blackthorn, McGonagall said sharply. Severus, surely you don't condone this madness? Snape's face remained impassive. The Department of Mysteries has jurisdiction over magical artifacts, Minerva. Not Hogwarts staff. He's talking about using Harry as some kind of magical battery. Ron protested. A crude but essentially accurate description, Blackthorn smiled thinly. The boy's connection to the girl creates a perfect channel for the mirror's accumulated power. The air around Harry and Lyra began to shimmer, magical energy crackling visibly between them. Harry felt a pulling sensation, as if something was being drawn from deep within him. Lyra's expression changed to one of pain. Professor! Harry gasped. Something's wrong. Blackthorn, stop this immediately. McGonagall demanded, raising her wand. Expelliarmus. Blackthorn countered, sending McGonagall's wand flying. Snape moved with surprising speed, disarming Ron and Hermione before they could react. The process has begun, Blackthorn explained, circling the mirror with predatory interest. The mirror recognizes potential freedom and fights for it, drawing power from both worlds to bridge the gap. You can't do this, Hermione pleaded. You're hurting them. Blackthorn ignored her, focusing entirely on the mirror. 300 years of accumulated magical essence, ready to be harvested. My ancestor would be proud. Through the haze of pain and magical discharge, Harry heard Lyra's voice for the first time, faint but clear, as if speaking across a great distance. Harry, focus, remember what I told you. The mirrors desire magic. It responded to what you wanted most. Fighting through the pain, Harry focused his thoughts, looking directly into Lyra's eyes. I want you free. Not for me, not for any reward or recognition. Just free to live your life. The mirror's frame began to glow gold, ancient runes appearing along its surface. Blackthorn stepped back, momentarily startled. What are you doing, boy? Stop that. The pull of magic reversed, no longer drawing from Harry but flowing into him and through him into Lyra. Her form solidified further, arm emerging to the elbow now. No. Blackthorn snarled, raising his wand. Severus, help me stop them. Snape moved forward, wand extended, then suddenly shifted, pointing it at Blackthorn instead. I think not, he said silkily. Petrificus totalis. Blackthorn froze, toppling backward like a statue. McGonagall swooped in to retrieve the fallen wands, handing them back to their owners. Well done, Severus, she said briskly. Your timing is impeccable as always. You knew. Hermione gasped, looking between the professors. Professor Snape has been monitoring Mr. Blackthorn's activities at the headmaster's request, McGonagall explained. We suspected his interest in the mirror went beyond simple cataloging. Dumbledore knew about Lyra? Harry asked, still connected to her through their joined hands. Not specifically, Snape replied, securing Blackthorn with additional spells. But the headmaster has long suspected the mirror harbored secrets beyond its obvious enchantment. The magical energy continued to build around Harry and Lyra, their connection strengthening. Lyra's shoulder began to emerge from the glass, her features becoming more defined, more vibrant. Professor, Harry called over the hum of magic, what's happening? McGonagall approached cautiously. I believe the manifestation is progressing, Potter. Your genuine desire for her freedom is counteracting the original imprisonment spell. But will it free her completely? Hermione asked, anxiously watching the swirling magic. "That depends," said McGonagall, "on the strength of Mr. Potter's conviction, and Miss Lyra's will to exist outside her prison." Lyra's eyes locked with Harry's, centuries of loneliness and hope reflected in their blue depths. Her voice came stronger now. "I want to live, Harry. I want to see the world that's changed without me. I want to feel sunshine again." Her arm emerged further, followed by her shoulder. "Help me remember what it means to be real." The mirror's surface rippled violently, the glass becoming almost liquid. The golden frame pulsed with light, runes flashing in sequences too fast to follow. "What do I do?" Harry asked, feeling the magic building to an impossible crescendo. "Focus on her," Hermione urged. "See her as she truly is." Harry looked at Lyra, not as a mystery or a mission, but as a person. A brilliant young witch trapped by cruelty, who had maintained her sanity and hope through centuries of isolation. Someone who deserved freedom simply because imprisonment was wrong. "Come through," he said, tightening his grip on her hand. "Step into our world." With a sound like breaking glass, the mirror's surface shattered, not into fragments, but into ripples of light that washed outward in a blinding flash. Harry felt himself falling backward, still clutching Lyra's hand. When the light faded, Harry found himself sprawled on McGonagall's office floor, his glasses askew. And beside him, still holding his hand, lay Lyra, whole, solid, and unmistakably real. Her dark hair spilled across the stone floor, her blue eyes wide with shock. She wore simple robes of a style 3 centuries out of date, and her skin had the pallor of someone who hadn't seen sunlight in far too long. "I'm here," she whispered, reaching out with her free hand to touch the floor, the nearby chair leg, Harry's face. "I'm really here." Behind them, the mirror of Erised stood empty, showing only ordinary reflections. Its frame had dulled from gold to simple brass, the runes no longer visible. "Its power is spent," McGonagall observed, helping Lyra to her feet. "The magic that maintained both the imprisonment and the mirror's special properties has been released." Lyra swayed, unsteady after centuries of incorporeal existence. Harry stood quickly to support her, one arm around her waist. "Easy," he said. "You're safe now." "Remarkable," Snape murmured, studying Lyra with clinical interest. 300 years of magical stasis, yet physiologically unchanged. "What happens to her now?" Ron asked, pointing at the still petrified Blackthorn. "And what about him?" "Mr. Blackthorn will be turned over to magical law enforcement," McGonagall said firmly. "Attempting to harvest human magical essence is a serious crime." "And me?" Lyra asked, her voice gaining strength. "I exist in a time not my own, with no family, no history, no place." "You have Hogwarts," McGonagall replied without hesitation. "At least until we determine the best course for your future. I suspect Albus will be most interested in your unique situation." "And you have us," Harry added, still supporting her. "Friends." Lyra looked around the office, taking in the magical objects that hadn't existed in her time, the unfamiliar books on the shelves, the moving photographs. Her expression shifted from disorientation to wonder. "A new world," she breathed. After so long seeing the same unchanging reflection. She turned to Harry, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "Thank you for seeing me. For believing I was real." For the first time since Sirius's death, Harry felt something lighten in his chest, a sense that maybe, just maybe, not everything in his life had to be about prophecies and dark lords and destiny. Sometimes, magic could simply create miracles. "Welcome to 1996, Lyra," he said with a genuine smile. "It's far from perfect, but it's real." Her answering smile was like sunrise after the longest night. Chapter 2, Fragments of Reality. "Try again," Harry encouraged, watching Lyra point her wand at the feather on McGonagall's desk. "Remember, it's Leviosa, not Leviosa." Lyra's face scrunched with concentration. "Wingardium Leviosa." The feather twitched, rose an inch, then dropped back down. Lyra sighed, her shoulders slumping. I used to be good at this, she murmured, examining the unfamiliar wand Ollivander had sent from his shop. Corvus said I had natural talent. You still do, Harry assured her. It's just, different now. 3 days had passed since Lyra emerged from the mirror of Erised, and they'd quickly discovered that freedom came with complications. While physically present in the modern world, her magic remained erratic, sometimes working perfectly, other times fizzling like a first-year's attempts. It's like my magic still thinks it's trapped in the mirror, Lyra explained, trying again with the feather. Part of me is here, but part of me is still, elsewhere. Harry watched her practice, marveling at how quickly she'd adapted to certain aspects of modern life. She'd taken to wearing borrowed Hogwarts robes, her long dark hair now tamed into a simple braid. If you didn't know better, you might mistake her for just another sixth-year student. Except when she said things like, in my day, we used raven feathers for levitation practice. More receptive to air-based magic. The door opened as Hermione entered, carrying a stack of books and a copy of the Daily Prophet. Any progress? Some, Lyra answered, finally managing to lift the feather a foot off the desk before it gently floated back down. My magic feels clearer today. That's excellent. Hermione beamed, setting down her load. I've been researching temporal magical displacement. There's not much on mirror prisons specifically, but several accounts of wizards trapped in enchanted objects who were later freed. And? Harry prompted. Hermione's smile faltered slightly. Well, the outcomes varied. Some adjusted perfectly fine once the enchantment was fully broken. Others struggled. Lyra lowered her wand. You don't need to sugarcoat it, Hermione. How many died? Hermione winced. About half. Their magic couldn't stabilize outside the enchanted objects that had sustained them. An uncomfortable silence fell. Harry had been so focused on freeing Lyra that he hadn't fully considered the after-effects. The thought of her fading away after finally gaining freedom was unbearable. I won't let that happen, he said firmly. We'll find a way to stabilize your magic permanently. Always the hero, Lyra said with a gentle smile that softened the words. But this isn't a battle you can fight for me, Harry. It's my magic, my connection to the mirror. Speaking of battles, Hermione interrupted, opening the Daily Prophet, you should see this. The headline blared, Ministry official arrested, ancient dark magic plot uncovered at Hogwarts. Beneath was a photo of Darius Blackthorne being escorted by Aurors, looking murderous. The article detailed his arrest for attempted theft of a powerful magical artifact and the illegal practice of essence harvesting magic. They don't mention you, Harry noted, scanning the article. Just says, a victim of ancient magical imprisonment was recovered. Dumbledore's doing, I expect, Hermione said. He returned last night and spent hours with McGonagall. Lyra touched the newspaper tentatively. It's so strange seeing moving pictures on paper. In my time, only the wealthiest could afford enchanted portraits. There's something else, Hermione said, hesitation in her voice. I overheard McGonagall talking with Professor Flitwick. They're concerned about the mirror. What about it? Harry asked. It's deteriorating. After Lyra emerged, the magic that sustained it for centuries began to unravel. They've moved it to a secured classroom for monitoring. Lyra went pale. If the mirror fails completely. She didn't need to finish. They all understood the implications, her magic remained connected to the mirror. If it collapsed entirely, what would happen to her? We should see it, Lyra decided, standing suddenly. I need to understand what's happening. Dumbledore said you should rest, Harry reminded her. I've rested for 300 years, Harry, she replied with a flash of spirit. I need answers more than rest. Harry couldn't argue with that. All right, but we go together. The secured classroom was on the 4th floor, far from the usual student traffic. Professor Flitwick had erected specialized wards that admitted only those with permission, but Hermione had learned the passphrase from McGonagall. "Reflection's truth," she whispered, and the door clicked open. The mirror of Erised stood in the center of the room, surrounded by delicate silver instruments that whirred and puffed smoke as they monitored its magical state. Harry immediately noticed the change in the mirror. Its once gleaming surface had dulled, and hairline cracks spread from the corners inward like spiderwebs. Lyra approached slowly, her expression unreadable. She raised a hand toward the glass but stopped short of touching it. "It's dying," she said softly. "All those centuries of accumulated magic, unraveling." "Is that why your magic feels unstable?" Harry asked. Lyra nodded. "I'm still tethered to it. The mirror shaped my magic for 3 centuries, it became part of me, or I became part of it. The boundaries blurred after so long." She closed her eyes, holding her hand near but not touching the surface. The mirror's glass rippled slightly in response, like water disturbed by a breeze. "What happens if it breaks completely?" Hermione asked, the question they'd all been avoiding. "I don't know," Lyra admitted. "Nothing good." The door opened behind them, and they turned to find Albus Dumbledore observing them with serious blue eyes. "I thought I might find you here," he said mildly. "Curiosity is a powerful force, particularly when one's existence hangs in the balance." "Professor," Harry began, "we were just—" "No explanations needed, Harry," Dumbledore interrupted, approaching the mirror. "I would have done the same in Miss Silverwood's position." He examined Lyra with gentle curiosity. 3 centuries in the mirror of Erised. You must have seen countless desires reflected back at you. "Thousands," Lyra confirmed. "From students seeking approval to teachers hiding dark ambitions. The mirror shows truth, in its way." "And what did you desire, trapped inside?" Dumbledore asked. Lyra's eyes flicked briefly to Harry. "At first, simple freedom. Later, connection. Someone who would see me, not just their own reflection. A desire fulfilled, it seems." Dumbledore turned to the mirror, studying the spreading cracks. "Though at considerable cost to the artifact itself. Can it be repaired?" Hermione asked. "I fear not, Miss Granger. The mirror of Erised was never meant to serve as a prison. Corvus Blackthorn perverted its original purpose, creating an inherently unstable magic that is held together solely through Miss Silverwood's presence within it. So freeing me damaged it beyond repair," Lyra concluded. "And now its deterioration threatens my existence in turn. Elegant revenge from beyond the grave." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. "You have your ancestors' sharp mind, Miss Silverwood. You know my family." The Silverwoods were renowned magical theorists. "Several of your relatives' works remain in the Hogwarts library, texts on the nature of reflection magic and dimensional theory." Dumbledore gestured to the mirror. "Which is why Corvus Blackthorn sought you as an apprentice, I suspect. Your family insights proved valuable to his research." Harry felt a surge of hope. If Lyra's family specialized in this type of magic, could their research help stabilize her connection? "An excellent suggestion, Harry," Dumbledore nodded. "In fact, I've already asked Professor McGonagall to gather relevant texts from the restricted section." "But will reading old books be enough?" Ron asked, speaking up for the first time since entering. "No offense, but this seems like serious, life-or-death magic." "A valid concern, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Which is why I've taken the liberty of contacting another expert on magical prisons and dimensional spaces." "Who?" Harry asked. Before Dumbledore could answer, a familiar voice called from the doorway. "Watcher, Harry. Heard you've been breaking witches out of magical mirrors. Can't leave you alone for a minute, can I?" Tonks stood in the doorway, her hair a vibrant purple today. Beside her was a tall, severe-looking witch with iron-gray hair and austere robes emblazoned with the insignia of the Department of Mysteries. Nymphadora Tonks, Auror specializing in magical concealment, Dumbledore introduced, ignoring Tonks's wince at her full name. And Madame Helene Croker, unspeakable and leading authority on magical imprisonment. Related to the bloke who trapped me? Lyra asked warily, eyeing Madame Croker. Quite the opposite, Miss Silverwood, the older witch replied in a crisp, authoritative voice. My department has spent centuries trying to undo the damage caused by magical experimenters like Corvus Blackthorn. Your case presents a unique opportunity to study long-term magical imprisonment effects. I'm not a research subject, Lyra said sharply. No, you're a victim, Madame Croker corrected. But studying your condition may help others similarly trapped. And more immediately, it may save your life. Harry moved closer to Lyra, instinctively protective. What exactly do you plan to do? First, determine the exact nature of Miss Silverwood's magical tether to the mirror, Madame Croker explained, removing specialized instruments from a leather case. Then develop a method to transfer that tether to a more stable magical anchor. Transfer it to what? Hermione asked. That depends entirely on what we discover, Madame Croker replied cryptically. Now, if you'll excuse us, Miss Silverwood requires examination. Dumbledore nodded to the students. Perhaps you could use this time to visit the kitchens, Harry. I understand Miss Silverwood has yet to experience the wonder of Hogwarts treacle tart. The dismissal was gentle but firm. Harry glanced at Lyra, who gave him a small nod. It's all right, she assured him. I'll find you afterward. As they reluctantly left the room, Harry heard Madame Croker say, Now, Miss Silverwood, let's determine exactly how much of you remains in the mirror, shall we? The Hogwarts kitchens buzzed with house elves preparing dinner. Dobby greeted them enthusiastically, immediately bringing a mountain of pastries and pitchers of pumpkin juice. Harry Potter has saved the mirror girl. Dobby squeaked. Dobby has heard from the other elves. Harry Potter is the greatest wizard. It wasn't just me, Dobby, Harry said uncomfortably. And she's not completely saved yet. What do you think that unspeakable meant about transferring Lyra's tether? Ron asked, helping himself to an eclair. Hermione frowned thoughtfully. In magical theory, prisons like the mirror create a symbiotic relationship with the prisoner. After centuries, Lyra's magic and life force became intertwined with the mirror's enchantment. Breaking that connection completely might kill her, Harry finished grimly. But transferring it to something else might allow her to exist independently while maintaining the magical support she needs, Hermione continued. Like what, though? Ron asked. Another mirror? Not necessarily, came Lyra's voice from the kitchen entrance. She looked tired but relieved, with Tonks following close behind her. Madame Croker says it could be almost anything with sufficient magical capacity. The house elves immediately swarmed around Lyra, offering food and exclaiming over, the mirror miss. She accepted a treacle tart with bemusement. How was the examination? Harry asked as she sat beside him. Fascinating and terrifying, Lyra replied, taking a cautious bite of tart. Her eyes widened. Oh! This is wonderful. Tonks grinned, her hair shifting to bright blue. Should have seen her face when Croker did the magical resonance test. Lit up like a Christmas tree, she did. What did they find out? Hermione leaned forward eagerly. The good news is I'm not dying immediately, Lyra said between bites. The bad news is I'm approximately 47% mirror. You're what? Ron spluttered. My magical signature, Lyra explained. Nearly half of it resonates at the same frequency as the mirror. Madame Croker says it's why my spellcasting is inconsistent, part of my magic is still trying to function according to mirror physics. And the mirror breaking? Harry asked. Lyra's expression sobered. That's the critical problem. As it deteriorates, the mirror is pulling on my magic, trying to use me to repair itself. The more it breaks, the more it drains me. That's horrible, Hermione whispered. Quite ingenious, actually, Lyra said with grim appreciation. Corvus built a failsafe into his prison. If the captive ever escaped, the mirror would try to reclaim them. So what's the plan? Harry demanded, looking at Tonks. Croaker's preparing a list of potential magical anchors, Tonks replied. Items with enough inherent magic to support Lyra's tether without draining her. Then we perform a transfer ritual. When? Harry pressed. That's the tricky bit, Tonks admitted. The mirror's deteriorating faster than expected. Croaker wants to run more tests, but Dumbledore thinks we have 3 days at most. 3 days? Ron exclaimed. That's not much time. Lyra set down her fork. It's more time than I expected to have in this world. 3 centuries in the mirror taught me patience, if nothing else. She looked around at them, her expression softening. Besides, I've made real friends for the first time since my imprisonment. That's something the mirror could never give me. Harry felt a complicated mixture of emotions, fear for Lyra's safety, determination to help her, and something deeper he wasn't ready to examine too closely. We won't let you go back to any kind of prison, he promised. Whatever anchor they find, it has to allow you complete freedom. I appreciate that, Harry, Lyra said, her blue eyes meeting his. But I've learned that freedom comes in many forms. Sometimes, connections are worth a certain kind of tether. The moment stretched between them until Ron loudly cleared his throat. So, what do we do in the meantime? Just wait for 3 days. Tonks laughed. Actually, Dumbledore suggested something else entirely. He thinks Lyra should attend classes. Classes, they all echoed. Makes sense, doesn't it? She's physically 17, magically gifted, and needs to learn about the modern wizarding world. Tonks winked at Lyra. Plus, keeping her magic active might strengthen her enough to resist the mirror's pull. What about other students? Hermione asked practically. We can't exactly explain she's a 300-year-old witch from inside a magical mirror. Exchange student, Tonks replied promptly. Homeschooled previously, joining Hogwarts for advanced study. Dumbledore's already handled the paperwork. Lyra looked stunned. I can be a regular student. Just like that? Well, not exactly regular, Tonks amended. You'll need to check in with Madame Croaker twice daily for monitoring, and no leaving castle grounds until the anchor transfer is complete. But otherwise, yes, temporary Hogwarts student. Which house? Ron asked. Gryffindor, Tonks replied with a grin. Dumbledore says anyone with the courage to survive 3 centuries in a magical prison and come out sane belongs with the Lions. Harry felt a rush of excitement at the thought of showing Lyra around Hogwarts properly, not as a prisoner or an oddity, but as a fellow student. When do you start? Tomorrow morning, Tonks said. McGonagall's arranged a schedule matching Harry's, since you two seem to have the strongest magical resonance. Lyra's eyes widened. Is that why my magic works better when Harry's nearby? We resonate. Tonks nodded. Croaker has a theory about that. Something about the nature of desire magic and Harry being the one who freed you. Creates a temporary magical bond. She wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. Lyra blushed while Harry suddenly found the ceiling architecture fascinating. Right. Ron said loudly. Who's up for showing Lyra around the castle before dinner? Plenty she hasn't seen yet. Excellent idea, Hermione agreed quickly. We should start with the library, so she can see what's changed in magical texts since her time. And the Quidditch pitch. Ron added. Bet they didn't have firebolt in 1695. Lyra smiled, the awkward moment passing. I'd love to see everything. In the mirror, I could only see what was reflected before me, never the whole castle. As they left the kitchens, Harry noticed Lyra occasionally reaching out to touch things, the stone walls, a suit of armor, the moving staircase banister, as if reassuring herself of their solidity. Each time, her fingers lingered, a look of wonder crossing her face. It must be strange, he said quietly as they walked. Touching things again after so long. Everything feels both familiar and new, Lyra replied. The castle hasn't changed much structurally, but it feels warmer somehow. More alive. That's the students, Hermione suggested. Hundreds of years of magical children learning and growing here. Perhaps, Lyra agreed. Or perhaps it's simply that I'm experiencing it as a participant now, not just an observer. They showed her the Quidditch pitch, where she gasped at the height of the goal hoops, the library, where Madame Pants regarded her suspiciously until Hermione explained she was a new student, and finally the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady studied Lyra curiously. New student? In the middle of term? Special circumstances, Harry explained. Password is Dilligrout. Indeed it is, the portrait replied, swinging open. Welcome to Gryffindor, young lady. Lyra stepped through the portrait hole, taking in the cozy circular room with its squashy armchairs, roaring fire, and red and gold decorations. It's exactly as I imagined, she breathed. I saw students wearing Gryffindor colors in the mirror, but never the common room itself. Several students looked up curiously as they entered. Who's that with Harry? Lavender Brown whispered not very quietly to Parvati Patil. Hermione stepped forward. Everyone, this is Lyra Silverwood. She's a new student joining Gryffindor. She's been homeschooled until now. Neville approached first, offering a friendly smile. Hello. I'm Neville Longbottom. Welcome to Hogwarts. Others followed, Dean and Seamus introducing themselves, Ginny waving from where she sat with her fifth-year friends, Colin Creevey immediately asking if he could take her picture for his student collection. Give her space, Colin, Harry said, steering Lyra toward a quiet corner. She's still settling in. They're all so open, Lyra murmured, sitting in an armchair by the fire. In my time, new students were treated with suspicion until they proved themselves. That still happens sometimes, Ron admitted, especially between houses. But Gryffindors stick together. Hermione pulled out her class schedule. Let's see what you'll be taking tomorrow. Looks like Transfiguration first, then Double Potions, and Defense against the Dark Arts after lunch. Lyra brightened. I was particularly skilled at Transfiguration before. She trailed off. Well, before. And Potions hasn't likely changed too dramatically. The principles remain the same even if ingredients and equipment evolve. You haven't met Professor Snape yet, Ron said darkly. He can make the simplest potion seem impossible if he's in a mood. The man who helped capture Blackthorn? Lyra asked. He seemed intense. That's one word for it, Harry muttered. The common room gradually filled as students returned from dinner. Most cast curious glances at Lyra but respectfully maintained distance after seeing her deep in conversation with Harry's group. Simply couldn't comprehend why wizards would choose to expose themselves to muggles, Lyra was saying as she described 17th-century politics. The statute of secrecy was revolutionary thinking. It's still controversial in some circles, Hermione replied. Particularly with, she broke off as the common room fell suddenly silent. Professor McGonagall had entered through the portrait hole, an unusual occurrence after dinner. Miss Silverwood, McGonagall called. A moment of your time, please. You as well, Potter. They followed McGonagall to a quiet corner. I've arranged temporary accommodations for you in a small chamber adjacent to the sixth-year girls' dormitory, McGonagall informed Lyra. You'll find robes, books, and necessary supplies waiting there. Thank you, Professor, Lyra replied. Additionally, Madam Croker requests your presence in the mirror room at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning for monitoring. Potter, you are to accompany her. Harry nodded, trying to ignore the curious stares from across the common room. Is the mirror worse? Lyra asked quietly. McGonagall's expression tightened slightly. The deterioration continues at the expected rate. However, Madam Croaker believes she has identified several promising anchor candidates. You'll discuss those tomorrow. After McGonagall departed, they retreated to their corner by the fire. I should probably rest, Lyra said, looking suddenly tired. Madam Croaker mentioned that maintaining physical form drains my energy faster than normal. I'll show you to the dormitory, Hermione offered, standing. Lyra turned to Harry. Thank you for today. For making me feel welcome here. We'll see you in the morning, Harry replied. 7 o'clock, mirror room. It's a date, Lyra said with a tired smile, then blushed. I mean, not a date, obviously. A meeting. An appointment. I knew what you meant, Harry assured her, feeling his own cheeks warm. After the girls departed, Ron gave Harry a knowing look. What? Harry demanded. Nothing, Ron replied innocently. Absolutely nothing at all about you and the pretty which you heroically rescued from a magical mirror. It's not like that, Harry insisted. She needs help, not, whatever you're implying. Aha, Ron smirked. And that wasn't a moment you two just had. Shut up, Ron. Just saying, mate. 300 years is a long time to wait for Prince Charming to come along. Harry threw a cushion at him. The following morning, Harry arrived at the mirror room precisely at 7, having barely slept. His dreams had been filled with shattered glass and Lyra fading away before his eyes. Madam Croaker was already there, waving her wand in complex patterns over the mirror while dictating notes to a quill that wrote automatically in a floating journal. Ah, Mr. Potter. Right on time, she said without looking up. Miss Silverwood should be here shortly. Harry approached the mirror cautiously. The cracks had definitely spread overnight, creating a spiderweb pattern across the once pristine surface. The inscription at the top, Erised stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi, was now partially obscured by fractures in the frame. Is it getting worse? He asked. Indeed, Madam Croaker replied clinically. The mirror is attempting to reconstitute itself by drawing magical energy from its surroundings. Unfortunately, its strongest connection remains with Miss Silverwood. And that's draining her. Precisely. Like water seeking its lowest point, magic follows paths of connection. The mirror recognized her magical signature and pulls on it preferentially. The door opened, and Lyra entered with Hermione. Harry immediately noticed that Lyra looked paler than yesterday, dark circles shadowing her eyes despite her attempt to appear energetic. Good morning, she greeted them, now dressed in standard Hogwarts robes with the Gryffindor crest. The uniform suited her, making her look like any other student, if you ignored the antique hairstyle and formal posture from another era. Miss Silverwood, Madam Croaker gestured her forward. Stand here, please. Mr. Potter, beside her. They positioned themselves in front of the mirror, and Harry noticed something strange. Their reflections seemed slightly out of sync with their movements, as if moving through water. Interesting, Madam Croaker murmured, making notes. The resonance between you remains strong. She produced a small silver device resembling a spinning top and placed it on the floor between them. This will measure your magical frequencies. Please cast a simple spell simultaneously. Harry and Lyra raised their wands. Lumos, they said together. Their wand tips illuminated, but something unusual happened. The light from Lyra's wand seemed to pulse in rhythm with Harry's, creating a synchronized pattern. The silver instrument between them spun rapidly, emitting a soft hum. Remarkable, Madam Croaker said, studying the readings. Your magical signatures have partially synchronized. This is extremely rare, even in cases of magical bonds. Is that good or bad? Harry asked. Potentially both, Croaker replied. On one hand, Mr. Potter's stable magical core appears to be strengthening Miss Silverwood's unstable one. On the other hand, should the mirror attempt a catastrophic energy draw from her, it might affect Harry too, Hermione concluded, looking alarmed. A theoretical possibility, Croaker agreed. Though Mr. Potter's connection to the mirror is indirect, only through Miss Silverwood. Lyra extinguished her wand, looking troubled. I don't want to endanger anyone else. Which is precisely why we must proceed with the anchor transfer as quickly as possible, Croaker said firmly. I've identified 3 potential candidates. She opened a leather case on a nearby desk, revealing 3 objects, a small, ornate silver hand mirror, a crystalline sphere that glowed with inner light, and what appeared to be an ordinary pendant on a fine chain. Each has advantages and limitations, Croaker explained. The silver mirror offers the most familiar magical structure, likely providing the smoothest transition. However, it maintains certain, reflective properties that might limit your independence. Lyra frowned. What does that mean exactly? You would remain partially tied to reflective surfaces, perhaps needing to return to them periodically to maintain stability. Like a magical charging station, Hermione suggested. A crude but apt analogy, Miss Granger, Croaker nodded. The crystalline sphere, by contrast, contains no reflective magic but operates on pure magical storage principles. It would need to be regularly exposed to significant magical sources to maintain its charge. And the pendant? Harry asked, eyeing the simple-looking jewelry. Ah, that's the most interesting option, Croaker said, lifting the chain. A moonstone focus, created in the 18th century. It draws ambient magic from its surroundings at a slow, steady rate, including from the witch or wizard wearing it. Essentially, it would allow Miss Silverwood to power her own anchor through normal magical regeneration, supplemented by environmental magic. That sounds best, Harry said immediately. It's also the riskiest initial transfer, Croaker cautioned. The magical signatures are least compatible. There's approximately a 30% chance of rejection. And rejection would mean? Lyra asked quietly. Complete magical collapse. In simple terms, death. A heavy silence fell over the room. What are the rejection rates for the others? Hermione asked. The silver mirror, approximately 5%. The crystal sphere, 15%. Lyra studied the 3 objects thoughtfully. When would we perform the transfer? Tonight, Croaker replied. The mirror's deterioration has accelerated. I don't believe we have the luxury of waiting any longer. Then I choose the pendant, Lyra said firmly. Miss Silverwood, the risk, is mine to take, Lyra interrupted. I spent 3 centuries in a prison of reflection. I won't tie myself to another mirror, even a smaller one. And I won't be dependent on external magical sources. She touched the pendant gently. This offers the best chance at a normal life if it works. Madame Croaker nodded reluctantly. Very well. We'll prepare the ritual for this evening, after sunset. The transfer works best when ambient magic is naturally shifting. Can I still attend classes today? Lyra asked. I believe that would be beneficial, actually, Croaker replied. Engaging your magic in structured exercises might strengthen it before the transfer. Just avoid any particularly draining spells. As they left for breakfast, Harry noticed Lyra's hand trembling slightly. Are you sure about the pendant? He asked quietly. 30% is a big risk. Freedom always involves risk, Lyra replied, her blue eyes meeting his. I didn't survive 300 years in a mirror to live half a life now. She smiled suddenly, a genuine expression that transformed her tired face. Besides, I have excellent help. The boy who lived has a certain reputation for beating the odds. Harry groaned. Not you too. What? It's a very impressive title. In my day, they'd have written ballads about you. Please don't give Peeves any ideas. Their laughter echoed down the corridor as they headed to breakfast, momentarily pushing aside the looming evening ritual and its potentially deadly consequences. Transfiguration proved both encouraging and frustrating for Lyra. While she grasped the theoretical concepts immediately, even correcting Hermione on a fine point about cross-species transformation, her practical execution remained inconsistent. Your wand movement is perfect, Miss Silverwood, Professor McGonagall observed as Lyra attempted to transfigure a teacup into a rat. But your magic appears to be fluctuating mid-spell. Lyra's teacup had grown fur and a tail but retained its handle and saucer. I can feel it slipping, Lyra admitted. Like trying to hold water in cupped hands. Perhaps if Mr. Potter worked alongside you. McGonagall suggested, having been briefed on their magical resonance. Harry moved his desk closer, and together they attempted the transfiguration again. This time, Lyra's teacup transformed completely into a perfect white rat. Well done, McGonagall approved, though her eyes reflected concern at this dependency. Potions proved more manageable. The methodical preparation of ingredients required minimal active magic, and Lyra's 3 centuries of observing countless potion classes gave her an encyclopedic knowledge of techniques. The preparation method for salamander blood has changed, she observed, watching Ron crushing the ingredient. In my day, we used silver knives, not crushing. Crushing releases more of the magical properties, Hermione explained. Fascinating. Simple but effective innovation. Their quiet discussion was interrupted by Professor Snape looming over their table. Miss Silverwood, he said silkily. Our temporary celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Lyra didn't hesitate. The draught of living death, sir. Though in the 17th century, we called it mortis somnum and added a drop of virgin's tears as a stabilizer. Snape's eyebrows rose fractionally. Correct. The tears were eliminated in the 1890s when Hector Dagworth Granger discovered they actually reduced potency rather than enhancing it. Fascinating, Lyra replied genuinely. The magical properties of human secretions were poorly understood in my time. For a brief moment, something like approval flashed across Snape's face before his customary scowl returned. Perhaps not all our visitors from the past are hopelessly ignorant. Carry on. As Snape stalked away, Ron gawked at Lyra. Did you just get a compliment from Snape? I believe I did, Lyra said, looking bemused. He reminds me of my old potions master, actually. Master Blagden had the same intimidating approach, he believed fear improved focus. Did it? Hermione asked. It certainly improved reading ahead in the textbook, Lyra replied with a small smile. By lunchtime, word had spread throughout Gryffindor about the brilliant new exchange student. Lyra handled the attention gracefully but seemed relieved when they claimed a quiet end of the table away from curious onlookers. Everyone's staring, she murmured, picking at her shepherd's pie. They're curious, Hermione assured her. New students midterm are unusual. It's not just that, Lyra said, lowering her voice. I keep forgetting normal social cues. Earlier, I curtsied to Professor Flitwick when he passed in the corridor. And I called Professor McGonagall Mistress instead of Professor. No one expects you to adjust instantly, Harry told her. Considering you're 3 centuries out of your time, you're doing brilliantly. Lyra's smile returned. It helps having guides. Her expression sobered. Though I'm not sure how much time I have to adjust. Harry reached for her hand before he could think better of it. The ritual will work. You'll have plenty of time. Her fingers curled around his, warm and solid. I hope so. She glanced across the great hall to where Dumbledore sat in conversation with Madame Croker. They're making preparations now. Defense against the dark arts after lunch proved challenging in an unexpected way. Professor Snape had them practicing nonverbal shield charms, difficult magic for 6th years, nearly impossible for Lyra with her unstable magical core. Perhaps Miss Silverwood would demonstrate. Snape suggested silkily after watching her struggle. I understand you were considered quite talented in your own time. Lyra stepped forward nervously. Harry moved to protest, but she shook her head slightly. I'll attempt it, Professor, she said, raising her wand. I shall cast a mild stinging hex, Snape informed her. Defend yourself without speaking. Lyra closed her eyes briefly, centering herself. When she opened them, her gaze locked with Harry's across the room. Something passed between them, a sense of shared magic, resonating like struck crystal. Snape flicked his wand without warning. Lyra's shield formed instantly, not just a standard protego, but a shimmering barrier that rippled like the surface of the mirror of Erised. The hex bounced off harmlessly, dissipating against the classroom wall. A murmur ran through the students. Even Snape looked momentarily surprised. A most unusual shield, Miss Silverwood, he observed. Reflective properties incorporated into standard protection. 5 points to Gryffindor for innovative spellcasting. Lyra swayed slightly, the effort clearly draining her. Harry rushed forward to steady her. "Sorry," she whispered. "I drew on our connection. It was the only way." "Miss Silverwood appears fatigued," Snape announced. "Potter, escort her to the hospital wing." "I'm fine," Lyra protested weakly. "That wasn't a suggestion," Snape replied coldly. "Your magical exhaustion is obvious to anyone with basic observational skills." In the corridor, Lyra leaned heavily against Harry. "He's right. That took more from me than I expected." "Let's get you to Madame Pomfrey," Harry suggested, concerned by her pallor. "No," Lyra said firmly. "The mirror room. I need to see it." "Lyra, please, Harry. I need to know." Unable to refuse, Harry changed direction, supporting her as they made their way to the 4th floor. The corridors were empty with classes in session, allowing them to move without curious onlookers. The door to the mirror room opened at their approach. The wards recognized them now. Inside, they found Professor Flitwick adjusting monitoring instruments, looking concerned. "Mr. Potter. Miss Silverwood. You should be in class," he squeaked. "Professor Snape sent us out," Harry explained. "Lyra's exhausted from spellcasting." Flitwick's expression shifted to understanding. "Ah, yes. Madam Croker warned this might happen as the day progressed." He gestured to the mirror. "I'm afraid the situation has worsened." Harry gasped. The mirror's surface was now a maze of cracks, the once clear glass cloudy and distorted. The golden frame had dulled to a brassy color, and the inscription was barely legible. Lyra approached slowly, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten. "It's dying," she whispered. "And it's trying to take me with it." As if in response to her voice, the mirror shuddered. A long crack split its surface from top to bottom with a sound like breaking ice. Lyra cried out, doubling over in pain. Harry caught her before she collapsed. "What's happening?" he demanded as Flitwick rushed forward, casting diagnostic spells. "The connection is pulling violently," Flitwick explained, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced by professional intensity. "The mirror is attempting emergency self-repair by drawing Miss Silverwood's magic." "Make it stop," Harry pleaded. "I cannot," Flitwick said grimly. "The connection is too fundamental. Only the transfer ritual can sever it safely." Lyra straightened with visible effort, her face ashen but determined. "How long until sunset?" "4 hours," Flitwick replied, checking his pocket watch. "Too long," Harry argued. "Look at her. The ritual requires specific astronomical alignment," Flitwick explained. "Performing it early would dramatically increase the rejection risk." "I can manage," Lyra insisted, though her trembling hands betrayed her. "I've endured worse for longer." "You should rest in the meantime," Flitwick advised. "Conserve your strength. I'll alert Madam Croker about this development." As they left the mirror room, Harry kept his arm firmly around Lyra's waist, supporting her weight. "Hospital wing," he said, brooking no argument this time. Lyra nodded weakly. "All right. But promise you'll wake me before the ritual, no matter what Madame Pomfrey says." "I promise." Madame Pomfrey took one look at Lyra and immediately ushered her to a bed, clucking disapprovingly. Magical exhaustion, and a peculiar kind at that, she diagnosed after a quick examination. Your core is unstable, young lady. It's being drained, Harry explained, keeping details minimal. Professor Dumbledore and Madame Croaker are handling it. Humph. Well, until they do, strict bed rest and magical replenishment potion every hour, Pomfrey declared, summoning a bottle of purple liquid. This will help stabilize you temporarily. Lyra drank the potion, grimacing at the taste. Sweeter than I remember. In my day, they didn't bother disguising medicinal flavors. Small mercies of modern healing, Pomfrey replied, her curiosity clearly piqued by this odd statement. However, professionalism prevented her from prying. Rest now. Mr. Potter, you may stay for 15 minutes, then classes. After Pomfrey retreated to her office, Harry pulled a chair beside Lyra's bed. You should go back to defense, Lyra murmured, already looking drowsy from the potion's effects. Snape can survive without me, Harry replied. He hesitated, then asked the question weighing on him. Are you afraid? About tonight? Lyra's blue eyes, though tired, remained clear and direct. Terrified, she admitted. But also, hopeful. For the first time in centuries, I have a future to fear losing. Her hand found his on the bedspread. Thank you for that gift, Harry. Whatever happens tonight. Her eyes drifted closed, the potion taking full effect. Harry remained motionless, watching the gentle rise and fall of her chest, their hands still connected. Only when Madame Pomfrey returned 15 minutes later did he reluctantly leave, heading not to class but to find Ron and Hermione. They needed to prepare for tonight. Harry wouldn't leave anything to chance, not when Lyra's life hung in the balance. By sunset, a solemn group had gathered in the mirror room. Dumbledore directed preparations, his usual twinkling demeanor replaced by focused intensity. Madame Croaker arranged complex patterns of silver instruments around a circular platform where the mirror stood. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick meticulously checked magical measurements, while Professor Snape prepared a smoking cauldron of stabilizing potion nearby. Harry, Ron, and Hermione waited anxiously by the door until Lyra arrived, escorted by Madame Pomfrey. Though still pale, the hours of rest and repeated doses of replenishment potion had restored some of her strength. Ah, Miss Silverwood, Dumbledore greeted her. How are you feeling? Ready, Professor, she replied, her voice steady despite the fear Harry could see in her eyes. Excellent. Madame Croaker will explain the procedure. The unspeakable stepped forward, holding the moonstone pendant. The ritual has 3 phases, she explained. First, we establish a resonance between your magical signature and the pendant. Second, we begin transferring your tether from the mirror to the new anchor. Finally, we sever the original connection completely. The third phase carries the highest risk, Dumbledore added gently. If at any point the process becomes too difficult, we can attempt to stabilize the partial transfer and try again another day. Lyra shook her head firmly. The mirror won't last another day. We finish this tonight, whatever the outcome. Very well. Dumbledore gestured to the circle. Please take your position. Lyra moved to stand before the cracked mirror, facing her distorted reflection. The pendant was placed around her neck, the moonstone resting against her collarbone. Mr. Potter, Croaker called, please join Miss Silverwood in the circle. Harry stepped forward, surprised. Me? Your magical resonance with Miss Silverwood may prove crucial if complications arise, Croaker explained. You'll stand behind her, ready to lend support if needed. As Harry took his position, Lyra glanced back at him with a grateful smile. My knight in shining armor again? Always, he replied, the word carrying more weight than he'd intended. Dumbledore raised his wand. We begin. The ritual started with a low, musical incantation from Madame Croaker, joined gradually by the professors creating a harmonic magical resonance. Silver instruments spun, emitting soft blue light that encircled Lyra and the mirror in a luminous web. The pendant at Lyra's throat began to glow, pulsing in rhythm with the incantation. She gasped as the moonstone warmed against her skin. Phase 1, Croaker announced. Resonance established. The web of light tightened, drawing Lyra and the mirror closer together. The pendant's glow intensified, matching the fading luminescence of the mirror's frame. Phase 2, Croaker continued. Beginning tether transfer. A visible stream of silvery light emerged from the mirror's surface, stretching toward Lyra like a living thing. It connected to her chest, directly above her heart, pulsing with each beat. Slowly, the stream began to divert, part of it flowing into the moonstone pendant. Lyra trembled with the effort of standing as her magic visibly transferred between anchors. Harry moved closer, ready to support her. Steady, Croaker cautioned. Transfer at 30%. 45%. 60%. The mirror shuddered violently, cracks spreading further across its surface. It seemed to be fighting back, the remaining connection to Lyra brightening as if trying to reclaim what was being taken. It's resisting, Snape observed, adding another ingredient to his cauldron. The potion flashed silver, and he filled a goblet. She needs the stabilizer. Lyra drank the potion without question, grimacing at its taste. Almost immediately, the transfer steadied again. 75%. 85%. 90%, Croaker counted. Prepare for Phase 3, Dumbledore warned. Final severance. The mirror gave another violent shudder, and suddenly a tall figure appeared in its fractured surface, not a reflection, but a man with aristocratic features and cold, calculating eyes. Corvus Blackthorn, staring out at them from 3 centuries past. He's still in there, Lyra gasped. Part of him survived in the mirror. The apparition's mouth moved silently, but his hatred was palpable. The silvery connection between Lyra and the mirror pulsed painfully bright. Ignore it, Croaker commanded. It's a magical echo, nothing more. Severance in 3, 2, 1. Dumbledore slashed his wand downward in a decisive motion. The connection between Lyra and the mirror snapped with an audible crack. The backlash sent a shockwave through the room, staggering everyone. The mirror's surface frosted over, Corvus Blackthorn's image freezing in a silent scream before the glass shattered completely. Fragments exploded outward, stopped only by the protective barriers the professors had erected around the circle. Lyra collapsed backward into Harry's arms, the pendant at her throat blazing with blue-white fire that gradually subsided to a gentle glow. Did it work? Ron called anxiously from the doorway. Madame Croaker approached cautiously, waving detection instruments over Lyra. After a tense moment, she nodded. Transfer complete. The moonstone has accepted the tether. Relief flooded the room. McGonagall actually smiled, while Flitwick performed an excited little dance. Even Snape looked vaguely satisfied. Is she all right? Harry asked, still supporting Lyra's limp form. Exhausted but stable, Croaker confirmed. Her magic will need time to adjust to the new anchor, but the life-threatening danger has passed. As if on cue, Lyra's eyes fluttered open. Harry, she murmured. Did we win? We did, he assured her, unable to keep the grin from his face. The mirror's gone. You're free. She reached up weakly to touch the glowing pendant. Not completely free. Just, differently tethered. A vast improvement, I should think, Dumbledore said kindly, approaching them. How do you feel, Miss Silverwood? Like I've been trampled by a herd of hippogriffs, she admitted. But, lighter somehow. The mirror's pull is gone. The pendant will serve as your magical anchor indefinitely, Croaker explained. It will draw small amounts of ambient magic and your own natural output to maintain stability. You should never remove it, at least not until we've conducted further studies. Small price to pay, Lyra murmured, her eyes closing again from exhaustion. She needs rest, Madame Pomfrey declared, elbowing her way into the circle. To the hospital wing, immediately. As Harry helped Lyra to her feet, Dumbledore addressed the room. A remarkable achievement, everyone. The first successful anchor transfer in recorded magical history. Madam Croaker, I believe your department will be quite interested in your findings. Indeed, the unspeakable agreed. Though I suspect Miss Silverwood would prefer we not make her a research subject just yet. Quite right, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Let us allow her to experience her new freedom before we burden her with the curiosity of magical researchers. Harry accompanied Lyra to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey insisted on overnight observation. Ron and Hermione followed, eager to hear details of the ritual. That was incredible, Ron declared once Lyra was settled in bed. The mirror just exploded. And did you see old Corvus's face when the connection broke? Looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. You could see him from the doorway? Hermione asked, surprised. Everyone could, Harry confirmed. Like he was actually there inside the mirror. Lyra shuddered. He was, in a way. Corvus experimented with preserving his consciousness in the mirror even before he trapped me. I think part of him remained, bound to the prison he created. That's horrifying, Hermione whispered. Poetic justice, Lyra countered. Trapped by his own creation, just as he trapped me. She touched the pendant, which now glowed with a soft, steady light. But we're both free now, in different ways. What happens next for you? Harry asked, the question that had been troubling him since the ritual began. Lyra looked momentarily uncertain. I don't know. I hadn't thought beyond survival. She glanced at Dumbledore, who had just entered the hospital wing. Professor? What becomes of me now? That, Miss Silverwood, is entirely your choice, Dumbledore replied, approaching her bed. You have already been officially enrolled as a Hogwarts student for the remainder of this year. Beyond that. Well, the wizarding world offers many opportunities for a witch of your unique talents and perspective. But I have no family, no home, no resources, Lyra pointed out pragmatically. Your family vault at Gringotts remains intact, though somewhat diminished by centuries of maintenance fees, Dumbledore informed her, eyes twinkling. The Silverwoods were quite wealthy, and magical inheritance law recognizes you as the last living heir, regardless of temporal complications. Lyra's eyes widened. My family's vault still exists. After all this time. Goblins are meticulous record keepers, Dumbledore nodded. I took the liberty of informing them of your situation. They were, skeptical but intrigued. Arrangements have been made for you to visit during the next Hogsmeade weekend to confirm your identity. So I'm not destitute, Lyra said, looking relieved. But still homeless. Hogwarts has sheltered many displaced students throughout its history, Dumbledore assured her. You may consider it your home for as long as necessary. Harry found himself experiencing conflicting emotions, genuine happiness for Lyra's newfound security, but also a selfish concern about what would happen after the school year ended. Would she simply move on, starting a new life away from Hogwarts? Away from him? As if reading his thoughts, Lyra reached for his hand. I'd like to finish the year properly, she said, looking at Harry rather than Dumbledore. Learn modern magic, make friends, have a normal student experience. After 300 years watching from behind glass, I want to participate. A most excellent plan, Dumbledore approved. Now, I believe Madame Pomfrey is giving me increasingly severe looks for disturbing her patient. Rest well, Miss Silverwood. Your new life begins tomorrow. After Dumbledore departed, Madame Pomfrey shooed Ron and Hermione out, insisting visiting hours were over. She reluctantly allowed Harry 5 more minutes when Lyra claimed she needed to ask him something important about their shared classes. Once they were alone, Lyra's composure finally cracked. Tears spilled down her cheeks as 3 centuries of imprisoned emotion released at last. It's really over, she whispered, clutching Harry's hand. I'm free. Harry sat carefully on the edge of the bed, drawing her into a gentle embrace. You're free, he confirmed, feeling her tears dampen his shoulder. And you're not alone. They remained that way until Madame Pomfrey returned, her stern expression softening at the sight of Lyra finally releasing her emotions. "One more minute, Potter," she said quietly, retreating to give them privacy. Lyra drew back slightly, wiping her eyes. "Sorry about your robes. They've survived worse," Harry assured her with a small smile. "Harry," Lyra said seriously, "I don't know how to thank you. For seeing me when no one else did. For believing in me." "You don't need to thank me," Harry replied. "Just, don't disappear." Something shifted in her expression, understanding, perhaps, of what he wasn't quite saying. "I spent 3 centuries trying to be seen," she said softly. "I'm not going anywhere now that someone finally sees me." When Madame Pomfrey finally insisted Harry leave, he did so reluctantly, glancing back to see Lyra watching him from her bed, the moonstone pendant glowing softly at her throat, a physical manifestation of her new tether to the world. For the first time since learning about the prophecy, Harry felt something like hope for his own future. Whatever came next with Voldemort, he wouldn't face it alone. Somehow, improbably, freeing Lyra had also freed something in himself. Word of the shattered mirror and Lyra's true identity spread through Hogwarts like wildfire over the next few days. The official story, that she was a victim of an ancient magical experiment, recently freed, left enough questions unanswered to fuel wild speculation. "I heard she's actually Rowena Ravenclaw's great-granddaughter," a third-year Hufflepuff whispered as Lyra passed in the corridor. "No, she's a time traveler from the past," his friend argued. "Came forward in a magical accident. Don't be thick, she was trapped by you-know-who and Potter rescued her," a Ravenclaw countered. Lyra bore the attention with remarkable grace, neither confirming nor denying the rumors. "Let them talk," she told Harry as they walked to breakfast one morning. "It's rather entertaining hearing what they come up with." "Doesn't it bother you?" Harry asked. "Being the center of gossip? After centuries of being invisible?" Lyra laughed. "It's refreshing to be noticed, even if what they're noticing isn't quite accurate." A week after the ritual, Lyra had fully integrated into Hogwarts life. Her magic, while still occasionally unpredictable, had stabilized considerably. The moonstone pendant remained permanently around her neck, glowing faintly when she cast spells. "It's actually quite useful," she commented during a DA meeting Harry had resumed. "I can feel when my magic is properly aligned through the pendant's warmth." She had proven a valuable addition to the DA, offering perspectives on defensive magic from 3 centuries earlier. "Shielding spells haven't changed fundamentally," she explained to the group, "but your modern versions emphasize speed over strength. In my day, we feared prolonged magical sieges, so durability was prioritized." Even Hermione found herself learning from Lyra's historical knowledge, though the reverse was equally true as Lyra caught up on centuries of magical innovation. "It's fascinating how wand lore evolved," Lyra remarked as they studied in the library. "In my time, wand cores were far more varied. We used sphinx hair, basilisk venom, even dragon heartstrings from specific breeds known for particular magical affinities. Ollivander streamlined production to the 3 most universally responsive cores," Hermione explained. "It's more reliable, if less specialized." "Efficiency over individuality," Lyra nodded. "A recurring theme in modern magic." The only cloud on Lyra's new horizon appeared the following Saturday. Harry entered the common room to find her staring at a letter, her expression troubled. "What's wrong?" he asked, sitting beside her. "The Ministry," she replied, handing him the parchment. "Now that news of my unusual circumstances has spread, the Department of Mysteries wants to interview me about my experiences in the mirror." Harry scanned the letter. The diplomatic language barely concealed the demand behind it. Lyra's unique perspective on long-term magical imprisonment was considered invaluable to magical research. "You don't have to go," he said immediately. "Dumbledore says the same," Lyra sighed. "He's arranged for any meetings to take place here at Hogwarts, under his supervision. But I still feel..." She trailed off. "Like an experiment," Harry finished. A curiosity to be studied. Exactly. She touched her pendant absently. I suppose I am, in a way. The only known person to survive centuries in a magical prison and emerge mentally intact. You're far more than that, Harry said firmly, a protective anger rising. And if the Ministry can't see that, calm down, Lyra smiled, placing her hand over his. I appreciate the righteous indignation, but it's unnecessary. I've agreed to one interview, nothing more. Knowledge of my experience might help others. Harry reluctantly conceded the point. Just don't let them treat you like a specimen. After Corvus Blackthorn, Ministry researchers seem quite tame in comparison, Lyra replied dryly. Besides, I have questions of my own, particularly about this Voldemort situation everyone tiptoes around. Harry tensed. What about him? Well, for one thing, why he seems so interested in you specifically, Lyra said directly. And why Dumbledore is giving you private lessons. And why everyone looks terrified whenever his name is mentioned. She squeezed his hand. I've been piecing things together from conversations and old daily prophets in the library. There's clearly a war brewing, and you're somehow at the center of it. Harry hesitated. He'd avoided discussing Voldemort with Lyra, not wanting to burden her with his problems when she was still adjusting to freedom. It's complicated, he began. I have time, Lyra replied simply. And whatever it is, you don't have to face it alone. The quiet certainty in her voice broke something in Harry. Before he quite realized it, he was telling her everything, the prophecy, his connection to Voldemort, Dumbledore's lessons about Tom Riddle's past, the suspicion that Voldemort had created Horcruxes. Lyra listened without interruption, her expression growing increasingly grave. When he finally fell silent, she was quiet for a long moment. That's quite a burden for anyone, let alone a 16-year-old, she said finally. Yeah, well, being the chosen one isn't all it's cracked up to be, Harry replied with forced lightness. I'm familiar with Horcruxes, Lyra said suddenly, surprising him. Or at least, the theory of them. Soul fragmentation was considered theoretical even in my time, but Corvus experimented with similar concepts. What do you mean? The mirror, Lyra explained. What he did to me was a variation on soul magic, not splitting his soul, but trapping mine in a liminal space. He believed magical essence could be preserved and harvested. She shuddered slightly. If this Voldemort has actually created multiple Horcruxes, he's more deranged than Corvus ever was. Dumbledore thinks he made 6, Harry said. 7 parts total, counting the piece still in his body. 7 is magically significant, Lyra nodded. But hideously unstable for soul division. He must barely be human anymore. Harry felt a strange relief at discussing this with someone who understood the magical theory without the emotional weight his friends carried. What will you do? Lyra asked. Whatever Dumbledore asks, Harry replied honestly. He thinks he's located one of the Horcruxes. We'll be going to retrieve it soon. And then destroy it? If we can figure out how. The diary, the first one I encountered, I destroyed with a basilisk fang. But those aren't exactly common items. Lyra's expression became thoughtful. Basilisk venom is one method. Fiend fire would work too, though it's incredibly dangerous. And certain ancient banishing rituals might, she broke off, noticing Harry's surprise. What? Nothing, Harry said quickly. It's just, you talk about these things so matter-of-factly. 3 centuries observing from the mirror, Lyra reminded him. I've seen countless defense against the dark arts lessons, including some from periods when the dark arts were taught more thoroughly at Hogwarts. She smiled wryly. Not all Hogwarts headmasters were as ethically minded as Dumbledore. The portrait hole opened as Ron and Hermione entered, back from prefect duties. Everything all right? Hermione asked, noting their serious expressions. Just filling Lyra in on Voldemort, Harry explained. Everything? Ron asked, eyes widening. She deserves to know what's happening, Harry said firmly. Especially since staying at Hogwarts puts her in the middle of it. Actually, Lyra interjected, I've been thinking about that. About what I'll do after term ends. Harry felt a sudden tension in his chest. And? I'd like to help, she said simply. With whatever comes next in this fight against Voldemort. It's not your fight, Harry protested automatically. Lyra's eyes flashed. I spent 3 centuries trapped by a dark wizard who believed in magical supremacy and experimented on those he considered lesser. This Voldemort sounds remarkably similar. She touched her pendant. Besides, I have nowhere else to go, no other purpose waiting for me. Why not make myself useful? It'll be dangerous, Ron warned. More dangerous than being trapped in a soul-sucking mirror for 300 years. Lyra countered. Hermione studied Lyra with new respect. You have knowledge of ancient magic that might be valuable. Perspectives we wouldn't consider. Exactly, Lyra nodded. I'm not offering out of some misplaced heroism. I'm offering because I might actually be useful. Harry wanted to argue further but recognized the determination in her expression, the same look she'd worn when choosing the riskier pendant over the safer mirror anchor. We'll talk to Dumbledore about it, he conceded. But first, we need to get through exams. Lyra's eyebrows rose. Exams? You're fighting a war against the darkest wizard in centuries, and you're worried about exams? Welcome to Hermione's influence, Ron grinned. End of the world. Fine, but don't you dare miss studying for Transfiguration. Educational qualifications remain important regardless of external circumstances, Ronald, Hermione sniffed, though her lips twitched. Their laughter broke the tension, and for a moment, they were just 4 teenagers joking in the common room, not soldiers in a coming war. The moment ended abruptly when Professor McGonagall entered the common room, her expression grave. Potter, she said without preamble. Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in his office immediately. Harry stood, recognizing the urgency in her tone. Has he found one? McGonagall's tight nod confirmed his suspicion. I believe so. The password is, acid pops. As Harry headed for the portrait hole, Lyra caught his arm. Be careful, she said quietly. And remember what I said about destruction methods. I will, he promised, then hurried away, his mind already racing ahead to what awaited him in Dumbledore's office. Hours later, the common room had emptied except for Ron, Hermione, and Lyra, who maintained an anxious vigil by the fire. He should have been back by now, Hermione fretted, checking her watch for the dozenth time. It's nearly midnight. Maybe they had to go further than expected, Ron suggested without conviction. Lyra paced before the fireplace, the pendant at her throat glowing brighter with her agitation. Something feels wrong. The castle feels tense. What do you mean? Hermione asked. I spent centuries feeling Hogwarts magic through the mirror, Lyra explained. I recognize its patterns. Right now, something's disrupting them. As if confirming her words, the portrait hole burst open. Neville stumbled in, breathing hard. Death Eaters, he gasped. In the castle. Malfoy let them in through some kind of secret passage. Ron and Hermione leapt to their feet. Where? Hermione demanded. Astronomy Tower, Neville replied. The Order members are fighting them, but it's chaos. McGonagall sent me to warn students to stay in dormitories. Harry's with Dumbledore, Ron said urgently. They wouldn't know, we need to find them, Hermione agreed, already drawing her wand. I'm coming too, Lyra stated, her pendant blazing bright now. You're not trained for this, Hermione protested. I've watched 3 centuries of magical combat from the mirror, Lyra countered. And I've been practicing. Besides, my reflective shield might prove useful. There was no time to argue. The 4 of them hurried through the portrait hole and into corridors that already echoed with distant sounds of battle. DA members first, Hermione decided. We need backup. Galleons were activated, summoning those still in the castle. Within minutes, a small group had assembled, Ginny, Luna, and several others, faces grim but determined. Astronomy Tower's the center, Ron briefed them. Death Eaters somehow got past the castle defenses. We split into pairs, Hermione organized quickly. Cover different approaches to the tower. If you see Harry or Dumbledore, warn them. Otherwise, defensive spells only, stun, bind, shield. They divided and moved out. Lyra stayed with Ron, her extensive theoretical knowledge balancing his practical experience. As they navigated the corridors, the sounds of fighting grew louder. Protego! Lyra shouted suddenly, her reflective shield materializing just in time to bounce a curse back at a masked Death Eater who had appeared around a corner. The ricocheted spell struck him directly, dropping him unconscious. Bloody brilliant! Ron exclaimed, quickly binding the fallen Death Eater. Where did you learn to do that? Watched Professor Flitwick's dueling demonstrations for decades, Lyra replied, already moving forward. He favors reflective shields against unknown attackers. They encountered 2 more Death Eaters, managing to stun one while the other retreated. The corridor ahead was filled with swirling smoke and flashing spells, the main battle. There. Ron pointed. Through the chaos, they glimpsed Harry racing up the Astronomy Tower stairs, in pursuit of someone. Before they could follow, a massive blonde Death Eater blocked their path. Little blood traitor, he sneered at Ron. And who's your pretty friend? Impedimenta. Ron and Lyra cast simultaneously, but the Death Eater blocked both spells with a casual flick of his wand. Pathetic, he laughed. Crucio. Lyra shoved Ron aside, but wasn't quick enough to dodge herself. The curse struck her squarely in the chest, and then something extraordinary happened. The moonstone pendant flared with blinding light. The Cruciatus curse seemed to sink into it, absorbed rather than inflicting pain. Lyra staggered but remained standing. The Death Eater's eyes widened with shock. What the, my turn, Lyra snarled, and with a complex wand movement Harry had never seen her practice, she sent a rippling wave of silver energy toward the Death Eater. It struck him like physical force, slamming him against the wall and binding him in glowing silver cords. Ron gaped at her. What was that? Corvus Blackthorn's favorite restraining spell, Lyra said grimly. Seemed fitting. A tremendous crash shook the castle, followed by screams from above. They raced toward the Astronomy Tower, only to meet students and Order members rushing down. Dumbledore, someone sobbed. Dumbledore is dead. The following days passed in a blur of grief and confusion. Dumbledore's death at Snape's hands sent shockwaves through the wizarding world. Harry moved through funeral preparations like a sleepwalker, guilt and rage warring within him. Lyra remained a steady presence at his side, neither pushing him to talk nor allowing him to isolate himself completely. Her own grief was evident but controlled. Having observed Dumbledore for decades through the mirror, she had formed her own appreciation for the headmaster. He visited the mirror sometimes, she told Harry one evening as they sat by the lake. Just to look, never to use it. He would stand there, seeing whatever his heart desired, then walk away without acting on it. That takes remarkable strength. On the night before the funeral, Harry found Lyra in the Astronomy Tower, staring out over the darkened grounds. Her pendant glowed softly in the darkness. Couldn't sleep, he asked, joining her at the railing. Too many thoughts, she replied. About time, and choices, and what comes next. Harry nodded, understanding completely. I'm not coming back to Hogwarts next year, he said, the decision crystallizing as he spoke. I need to find the remaining Horcruxes. Finish what Dumbledore started. I know, Lyra said simply. That's why I'm here, actually. Thinking about my own path. Harry's heart constricted. You should stay at Hogwarts. Complete your education properly. You've lost enough time already. Lyra turned to face him, her expression determined in the moonlight. "I've had 3 centuries of education, Harry, even if it was from behind glass. What I haven't had is purpose." She touched her pendant. "This connects me to this world, but it's not enough. I need something more meaningful than just existing." "What are you saying?" "I'm coming with you," she stated firmly. "And before you protest that it's too dangerous or not my fight, save your breath. My mind is made up." Harry wanted to argue, to protect her from the dangers ahead, but the resolve in her eyes stopped him. This wasn't the fragile girl he'd freed from the mirror, this was a witch who had survived centuries of imprisonment and emerged stronger. "It will be dangerous," he said instead. "Possibly deadly." "I'm aware," she replied calmly. "I'm also aware that my unique perspective might be valuable. I recognize the locket you described from Dumbledore's memory, it belonged to Salazar Slytherin. I saw it once in the mirror, when a particularly unsavory headmaster was showing it off to visitors around 1782. Harry stared at her. "You recognize the locket?" "The one we found was fake, but if you could identify the real one, I could," she confirmed. "And I suspect I might recognize other artifacts of the Founders if Voldemort used them as Horcruxes. The mirror showed me many things over the centuries, Harry. Some of that knowledge might finally prove useful." The first genuine hope Harry had felt since Dumbledore's death flickered to life. "Ron and Hermione are coming too," he said. "We'd be a team of 4. "A good number for magical operations," Lyra nodded. "Balanced energy." Harry found himself smiling despite everything. "You sound like Luna." "I like Luna," Lyra replied. "She sees beyond surfaces. A valuable trait." They fell silent, looking out over the dark grounds together. Tomorrow would bring Dumbledore's funeral, and after that, preparation for the hardest journey of their lives. But in this moment, standing beside someone who had overcome centuries of imprisonment to choose her own path, Harry felt something like peace. "We should get some rest," he said eventually. "Tomorrow will be difficult." Lyra nodded, but as they turned to leave, she stopped him with a gentle hand on his arm. "Harry," she said softly. "When you found me in the mirror, you saw me because your heart desired to save someone who was suffering. That kind of compassion is rare and precious." She stepped closer, her blue eyes intent in the moonlight. "Whatever comes next, don't lose that part of yourself. It's what makes you different from him." Before Harry could respond, she leaned forward and kissed him softly, a brief, gentle touch of her lips against his. Then she stepped back, a faint blush visible even in the darkness. "For luck," she murmured. "We'll need it where we're going." As they walked back to Gryffindor Tower in companionable silence, the moonstone pendant glowed steadily at Lyra's throat, a constant reminder of their unlikely connection. The mirror that had imprisoned her was gone, but the magic that had brought them together remained, transformed into something new, something free, something full of possibility. Tomorrow would bring grief, and after that, war. But for now, 2 people who had each been imprisoned in their own way walked side by side, choosing their path forward together. Chapter 3, Shattered reflections. Rain fell over Hogwarts as they lowered Dumbledore's body into the White Tomb. Harry stood between Ron and Hermione, with Lyra just behind them, her face solemn as mere people sang a haunting melody from the lake. The pendant at her throat glowed faintly, responding to the powerful magic of the funeral rites. "I can't believe he's really gone," Hermione whispered, tears streaming down her face. Harry said nothing. Words felt inadequate. His mind kept replaying that terrible moment on the astronomy tower, Dumbledore pleading, Snape's cold expression, the flash of green light. If only he'd moved faster, fought harder. A warm hand slipped into his. Lyra squeezed gently, grounding him in the present. Her touch carried understanding without pity. She knew what it meant to be trapped, helpless to change outcomes. As the ceremony concluded and people began to disperse in small, somber groups, Minister Scrimgeour approached Harry. "A word, Potter," he requested, though his tone made it clear this wasn't optional. "Whatever you have to say to Harry, you can say to all of us," Ron stated firmly, as he, Hermione and Lyra formed a protective circle. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed, lingering on Lyra. "You're the mirror girl, aren't you?" "The Ministry has questions, which can wait," Harry interrupted coldly. "Today isn't about your questions or the Ministry's agenda." "The country is at war, Potter," Scrimgeour growled. "Dumbledore understood the importance of morale. Surely he shared information with you about, Dumbledore's dead," Harry cut in, his voice hard. "And whatever he shared with me wasn't meant for the Ministry." Scrimgeour's face reddened. "This attitude isn't helping anyone, least of all yourself. There are whispers of a chosen one, perhaps working with the Ministry would. I've seen what happens when the Ministry gets involved." Lyra spoke up unexpectedly, her voice carrying the weight of centuries of observation. "Last year's educational decrees, years of ignoring Voldemort's return, decades of pure-blood favoritism. Why would Harry trust you now?" The minister looked taken aback, clearly not expecting historical perspective from someone who appeared barely 17. "And you would be?" "Someone who's watched the Ministry operate for longer than you've been alive," Lyra replied evenly. "Your institution has a remarkable talent for being exactly where help isn't needed, Minister." Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed. "I've heard reports about your unusual circumstances, Miss Silverwood. The Department of Mysteries is quite interested in." "I'm not a research subject," Lyra interrupted firmly. "And Harry isn't your propaganda tool." Harry felt a surge of gratitude for her intervention. "We're done here, Minister. I suggest you focus on protecting people from Voldemort instead of harassing students at a funeral." They walked away, leaving Scrimgeour seething. Once out of earshot, Ron let out a low whistle. "Blimey, Lyra. You really handed it to him." She shrugged. "The Ministry hasn't changed much in 3 centuries. Different faces, same self-serving policies." "We need to talk," Harry said quietly. "All of us. About what happens next." They found a secluded spot beneath a beech tree by the lake. The rain had stopped, leaving everything washed clean and glistening. "I'm going to my aunt and uncle's one last time," Harry began. "The protection holds until my birthday. Then I'm starting the Horcrux hunt." "We're coming with you," Hermione stated immediately. "All of us." Harry looked at their determined faces, Ron's stubborn loyalty, Hermione's fierce intelligence, and Lyra's quiet resolve. A weight lifted from his shoulders. He wasn't alone in this impossible task. "Bill and Fleur's wedding is right after your birthday," Ron added. "Mom expects all of us there." "That gives us time to prepare," Hermione said practically. "Research, supplies, planning." "What about your families?" Harry asked. "This will be dangerous." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. "Already handled," Hermione said softly. "My parents will be safe. They won't remember having a daughter for a while." Harry stared at her, the implications sinking in. "Hermione. It's done," she said firmly. "They'll be in Australia with new identities. And my family's been fighting you-know-who forever," Ron added. "They understand." "I have no family left to worry about," Lyra reminded them. "Just a vault at Gringotts I haven't even seen yet." "Which reminds me," Hermione said, "we should visit Diagon Alley before everything gets worse. You'll need access to your funds, and we need supplies." Harry nodded, his mind racing with plans. "We'll need to be untraceable. The Ministry's watching, and Voldemort will be hunting us." "I've been thinking about that," Lyra said. "The pendant might help." They all looked at the moonstone glowing against her throat. It absorbed that Cruciatus curse, Ron remembered. Never seen anything like it. "It's not just an anchor," Lyra explained. "It's attuned to my magic, which was shaped by the mirror for centuries." The mirror showed desire but also concealed reality. "I think the pendant inherited some of those properties." You think it can hide us somehow? Hermione asked, intrigued. Not completely, Lyra cautioned. But it might obscure magical tracking methods. I've been experimenting with extending its influence. She touched the stone, which brightened. Watch. She closed her eyes in concentration. The pendant's glow expanded outward, creating a subtle shimmering dome that encompassed all four of them before fading from visibility. What did you do? Harry asked, feeling a strange tingling across his skin. Reflection shield, Lyra explained. Like a one-way mirror. Magical detection spells should bounce off rather than penetrate. It won't work against physical observation, but it might confuse magical tracking. That's brilliant, Hermione breathed. How long can you maintain it? A few hours at most, Lyra admitted. It drains me. But I'm getting stronger with practice. Harry felt a spark of hope. Every advantage mattered in what lay ahead. We leave after my birthday, then, he decided. From the Burrow, right after the wedding. Where will we go? Ron asked. Harry hesitated. Grimmauld Place first. It's secure, and there might be information there about the locket. Speaking of which, Lyra interjected, I've been trying to remember more details about it. The locket I saw through the mirror had an ornate S on the front, serpentine, with emerald inlays. That matches what Dumbledore described, Harry confirmed. If we can find the real one. One Horcrux at a time, Hermione cautioned. First, we survive the summer. The journey back to London on the Hogwarts Express felt surreal. Students spoke in hushed voices, the usual end-of-term excitement replaced by fear and uncertainty. The compartment Harry shared with his friends remained mostly silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Lyra spent much of the journey gazing out the window, fascinated by the changing landscape. I've seen this route hundreds of times through the mirror, she explained, but always from inside Hogwarts, watching students leave. Being on the train myself, it's different. At King's Cross, they reluctantly prepared to separate. Ron and Hermione would return to their families, Harry to the Dursleys, and Lyra. Where will you go? Harry asked, suddenly realizing they hadn't discussed this. Professor McGonagall arranged temporary accommodation in Diagon Alley, Lyra explained. Until I access my vault and find something more permanent. You'll be alone, Harry frowned. That's not safe with Death Eaters around. I've spent centuries alone, Lyra reminded him with a small smile. Besides, the pendant offers some protection. Harry remained unsatisfied. We'll meet in Diagon Alley next week, he decided. All of us. To check on you and gather supplies. My parents are taking me on vacation, Hermione said sadly. But I'll see you at the Burrow before Harry's birthday. I'll come to Diagon Alley, Ron promised. Fred and George need help at the shop anyway. Lyra nodded, relieved. I'd appreciate the company. This world is still overwhelming at times. As they prepared to part ways on the Muggle side of the barrier, Lyra hesitated, then quickly hugged each of them. When she reached Harry, the embrace lingered. Be careful, she whispered. The Dursleys sound dreadful. I'll survive, Harry assured her. It's only for a few weeks. She stepped back, her pendant glowing faintly. Send word if you need me. I'll find a way to reach you. Harry watched her walk away, her formal posture and antique hairstyle drawing curious glances from Muggle passers-by. Despite her adaptation to modern life, there remained something timeless about Lyra Silverwood, as if 3 centuries in the mirror had placed her slightly out of sync with the world around her. The Dursleys were as awful as ever, though Harry's revelation that he would leave permanently after his birthday seemed to lift Uncle Vernon's spirits considerably. Harry spent most days in his room, planning the Horcrux hunt and exchanging coded letters with his friends. Lyra's letters were particularly fascinating, detailed accounts of her rediscovery of the magical world, filled with observations about how things had changed since her imprisonment. The goblins were skeptical at first, she wrote, until I described vault security measures that apparently haven't been used since the 1700s. After that, they were almost respectful. The Silverwood vault isn't vast, but it contains enough to live comfortably. More importantly, it held family journals and magical texts that might prove useful for our quest. A week after returning to Privet Drive, Harry received a visit from Professor McGonagall, who updated him on order business and delivered surprising news. Miss Silverwood has identified a potential Horcrux location, McGonagall informed him. She recognized a cave described in Regulus Black's journal found at Grimmauld Place. Apparently, she observed similar coastal formations through the mirror when it was temporarily stored in a professor's office overlooking the grounds in 1831. She can remember details from that long ago? Harry asked, amazed. When you exist as a conscious observer for centuries with little else to do, memory becomes quite precise, McGonagall replied. The Order is investigating her lead. Before departing, McGonagall fixed Harry with a stern look. Potter, I understand you and your friends have your own mission from Dumbledore. While I won't demand details, I insist you remember you're not alone in this fight. The next day, Harry, Ron, and Hermione reunited in Diagon Alley. The once vibrant shopping district had transformed into a dismal shadow of itself, shops boarded up, wanted posters plastering walls, and few shoppers hurrying furtively between destinations. They met Lyra outside Gringotts, where she waited beneath a fading awning. Harry was struck by how different she looked, her formal robes replaced by more modern attire, her dark hair styled in a simpler fashion that blended better with current trends. Adapting to the times, she explained, noticing his surprise. Drawing less attention. You look nice, Harry said, immediately feeling foolish for the inadequate compliment. Lyra smiled. 3 centuries watching fashion change provides perspective on what works. Though I draw the line at those dreadful platform shoes Madame Malkin tried to convince me were all the rage. As they walked toward Flourish and Blots, Lyra discreetly activated her pendant's protective field. Just in case, she murmured. Death Eaters have been spotted in the alley twice this week. Inside the bookshop, Hermione went straight for texts on advanced defensive magic while Ron collected practical field guides. Harry found himself drawn to a dusty section on magical artifacts. Looking for Horcrux information? Lyra asked quietly, joining him. Anything that might help, Harry confirmed. You won't find much in commercial books, Lyra said, selecting a volume on magical detection instead. But I've found something potentially useful in my family journals. They gathered their purchases and moved to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, the only shop showing signs of thriving business. Fred and George welcomed them enthusiastically, pulling Lyra into a rapid-fire explanation of their products that left her looking both bemused and impressed. 3 centuries of magical innovation condensed into joke products, she marveled, examining a decoy detonator. Your shield hats are particularly clever, practical defense disguised as novelty. High praise from a witch who's seen more magic than most of the ministry combined, George grinned, presenting her with a selection of products. On the house, for our brother's friend. Later, over butterbeers in Lyra's rented room above the leaky cauldron, they discussed their preparations in hushed tones. I've packed everything we might need, Hermione announced, patting her small beaded bag. Undetectable extension charm. Books, clothes, potions, tent. Tent? Ron questioned. We can't exactly book hotel rooms while on the run, Hermione replied practically. My contribution, Lyra said, removing an ancient leather-bound journal from her trunk. My great-grandmother's research on magical signatures and tracking. She opened it to a marked page covered in spidery handwriting and complex diagrams. The Silverwood specialized in magical detection and concealment. This describes methods for identifying objects imbued with dark magic, including soul fragments. Hermione leaned forward eagerly. That could help us find the Horcruxes. It's theoretical, Lyra cautioned. Written decades before Horcruxes were attempted. But the principles should apply. What about destroying them? Ron asked. Harry used a basilisk fang last time, but those aren't exactly lying around. There are alternatives, Lyra confirmed. Fiend fire, certain rare poisons, and a few obscure rituals. None easy or safe. We'll figure it out, Harry said firmly. One step at a time. As evening approached, they reluctantly prepared to separate again. 2 more weeks, Hermione reminded them. Then we meet at the Burrow for Harry's birthday and the wedding. And then we hunt, Harry added grimly. Lyra walked them to the leaky cauldron's fireplace. As Ron and Hermione said their goodbyes, she pulled Harry aside. There's something I haven't told the others yet, she said quietly. Something about the pendant. What is it? Harry asked, concerned by her serious expression. It's getting stronger, she explained. Or rather, my connection to it is deepening. I'm developing abilities I didn't expect. Like what? I can sometimes see reflections. Not just of the present, but glimpses of places I've never been. Her blue eyes met his, troubled. Last night, I saw Voldemort. In a manor house, torturing someone for information. Harry stared at her. You're having visions. Like my connection to Voldemort? Not exactly, Lyra shook her head. It's more like, the pendant shows me reflections of significant magical events. Distant scrying. I think it's because the mirror absorbed so much magical energy over centuries, the pendant inherited some of that power. Can you control it? Not yet, she admitted. But I'm learning. It could be useful for our search. Harry nodded slowly, processing this new development. Be careful with it. My connection to Voldemort hasn't exactly been a gift. I know, Lyra touched the glowing stone. Unlike your connection, this one seems to be one way. He can't see back through it. Still, Harry took her hand, don't push too hard. We need you whole and healthy. Her fingers curled around his. I'll be careful. But I won't sit idle if this ability can help us. Harry understood her determination all too well. After centuries of helpless observation, the power to act, to make a difference, must be intoxicating. 2 weeks, he reminded her. Then we face this together. The days at Privet Drive crawled by. Harry packed his meager belongings, reviewed the Half-Blood Prince's textbook despite Hermione's disapproval, and waited impatiently for July 31st to arrive. The night before his birthday, he couldn't sleep. Memories of Dumbledore's death mixed with anxiety about the task ahead. Around midnight, the pendant Lyra had given him as a connection token began to warm against his chest. Unlike her moonstone, Harry's pendant was a simple copper disc engraved with a tiny mirror symbol. It's linked to my moonstone, she'd explained. Not powerful magic, just a way to sense each other's presence and basic emotional states. The warmth meant Lyra was thinking of him, reaching out. Harry held the disc, focusing on it as she'd taught him. A sense of calm reassurance flowed through the connection, she was reminding him he wasn't alone. Harry drifted to sleep with the pendant still warm in his palm, his dreams for once untroubled by nightmares. The extraction from Privet Drive was chaos. Despite careful planning, Death Eaters ambushed the Order's decoy operation. Mad-Eye Moody fell, George lost an ear, and Harry barely escaped with Hagrid on Sirius's enchanted motorcycle. At the Burrow, he reunited with Ron and Hermione, relieved to find them safe. But one person was conspicuously absent. Where's Lyra? Harry asked, scanning the crowded kitchen. She was supposed to travel with Tonks and Ron's dad, Hermione explained. But there was a last-minute change. She went with Kingsley instead. Kingsley's not back yet, Harry realized, anxiety surging through him. Mrs. Weasley patted his shoulder reassuringly. They'll be fine, dear. Kingsley's one of our best. Harry instinctively reached for the copper pendant. It remained cold, not the chill of danger or death, but the absence of connection. Something was blocking their link. As the night wore on and the remaining Order members reported in, Harry's worry intensified. Kingsley finally arrived just before dawn, his robes torn and face grim. "We were ambushed," he reported. 5 Death Eaters. "We got separated in the fighting." "Lyra?" Harry demanded. "She was holding her own when I last saw her," Kingsley said. "That pendant of hers, it created some kind of reflective shield that confused them. But then Dolohov cast something that shattered it temporarily. We got separated in the chaos." Harry felt the blood drain from his face. "You left her?" "Had no choice," Kingsley replied grimly. 2 of them followed me, 3 went after her. Last I saw, she disappeared behind some kind of silvery barrier, like she vanished into thin air." "The pendant," Hermione gasped. "It must have activated some kind of emergency protection." Harry's own pendant remained stubbornly cold. He tried to focus on it, to send his thoughts through the connection, but nothing changed. "We need to find her," he insisted. "She could be hurt, captured." "Harry," Mr. Weasley said gently, "we can't mount another mission right now. The Death Eaters are watching everything. I'm not leaving her out there alone." "You don't need to." The quiet voice from the doorway silenced the room. Lyra stood there, disheveled and exhausted, her clothes singed and torn. The moonstone pendant glowed with unusual brightness against her throat. Harry rushed to her side, steadying her as she swayed slightly. "What happened? Are you hurt?" "Exhausted more than injured," she assured him, allowing Mrs. Weasley to guide her to a chair. "The pendant protected me, but at a cost." "How did you escape?" Kingsley asked. "I saw you disappear." "The pendant created a reflective displacement," Lyra explained, accepting tea from Mrs. Weasley with grateful hands. "It's hard to describe, like stepping sideways into a mirror world temporarily. The Death Eaters couldn't see or track me, but maintaining it drained nearly all my energy." "And then?" Harry prompted, still holding her arm as if afraid she might vanish again. "I managed to apparate to the village nearby, but my aim was off," she admitted. "Ended up in a field about 3 miles away. It took me hours to walk here, I was too drained to attempt another apparition." The copper disc against Harry's chest suddenly warmed, the connection restored now that they were close. Lyra glanced at him, a small smile acknowledging the renewed link. "The important thing is you're safe," Mrs. Weasley declared, already examining Lyra's minor cuts and bruises. "Though you'll need rest before the wedding tomorrow." Harry wanted to protest, he had 1,000 questions about this mirror world ability, but Lyra's exhaustion was evident. The discussion would have to wait. Later, as the household finally settled to sleep for a few precious hours, Harry found Lyra sitting alone on the porch steps, gazing at the pre-dawn sky. "You should be resting," he said, sitting beside her. "Too wired," she admitted. "First real magical combat in, well, ever, actually. I knew the theory from centuries of observation, but experiencing it personally." She trailed off, shaking her head. "You held your own against 3 Death Eaters," Harry reminded her. "That's impressive for anyone, let alone someone who just started actively using magic again a few months ago." Lyra touched her pendant, which had dimmed to its normal soft glow. "It wasn't just me. The moonstone, it's changing, Harry. Evolving. Tonight, when Dolahov's curse was about to hit me, it didn't just create a shield, it opened a door." "A door?" "To somewhere between," she tried to explain. "Like the space I existed in while trapped in the mirror, but under my control. I could see them, but they couldn't see me. I could move through the world, but not interact with it." Harry frowned, trying to understand. "Like being a ghost?" "More like, stepping into a reflection," Lyra said. "Everything reversed, insubstantial. I think the pendant is remembering what it used to be, part of the mirror of Erised." "Is that dangerous?" Harry asked, remembering the mirror's deterioration. "I don't think so," Lyra said thoughtfully. The mirror was unstable because it was perverted from its original purpose. The pendant was designed as an anchor from the beginning. She smiled wryly. Besides, 3 centuries in a mirror prison gives one a certain familiarity with reflective magic. Harry reached for her hand. Just be careful. I've only just found you. I'm not keen on losing you to some magical mirror dimension. Lyra's fingers intertwined with his. You won't lose me, she promised. After 300 years of watching life from behind glass, I have no intention of missing out on actually living it. The copper pendant warmed against Harry's skin as their connection strengthened, a tangible reminder of the bond that had formed between them since that first night before the mirror of Erised. Harry's birthday celebration was subdued but heartfelt. Mrs. Weasley prepared his favorite foods, and the Weasleys gave him a watch that had belonged to Mrs. Weasley's brother. Lyra's gift came in a small, ancient box. It belonged to my father, she explained as Harry opened it to reveal a signet ring engraved with a silver tree. The Silverwood family crest. It's enchanted to warm when danger approaches, not flashy magic, but reliable. It's perfect, Harry said sincerely, slipping it onto his finger. The metal adjusted to fit perfectly. The celebration was interrupted by Minister Scrimgeour's unexpected arrival. He brought items bequeathed in Dumbledore's will, the Deluminator for Ron, a copy of The Tales of Beedle the Bard for Hermione, and the snitch Harry had caught in his first Quidditch match. Nothing for Miss Silverwood? Harry asked pointedly. Dumbledore's will was written before her emergence, Scrimgeour replied stiffly. However, he did leave a curious addendum requesting that she be allowed access to his personal library. Professor McGonagall has the details. After the minister departed, they examined their mysterious gifts. Why these specific items? Hermione wondered, thumbing through the children's book. There must be hidden meaning. The snitch opens at the close, Harry mused, remembering the flesh memory enchantment Scrimgeour had mentioned. Whatever that means. And why would Dumbledore want me to access his library? Lyra added. I barely knew him. Maybe he knew you'd be helping us, Ron suggested. Or maybe there's something in his books about mirror magic. The next day brought no time for further speculation as wedding preparations consumed the household. By evening, the ceremony was underway, Bill and Fleur exchanging vows beneath a beautiful marquee in the garden. Harry, disguised as a red-haired Weasley cousin, watched the proceedings with mixed emotions. Joy for the couple mingled with awareness that such moments of happiness were becoming rare and precious in the shadow of war. Lyra sat beside him, wearing modern dress robes in midnight blue that complemented her dark hair and made her moonstone pendant stand out starkly against her pale throat. Despite her efforts to blend in, there remained something distinctly out of time about her, a formal posture and old-fashioned speech patterns that occasionally emerged. You're staring, she noted with amusement as they watched couples move onto the dance floor after the ceremony. Sorry, Harry grinned. Just thinking how far you've come since the mirror. Some days I still feel like I'm watching the world from behind glass, she admitted. Observing rather than participating. Old habits form deeply when you've had centuries to practice them. Then maybe you should practice new habits, Harry suggested, standing and offering his hand. Dance with me? Lyra hesitated. I know the forms from watching countless Hogwarts balls, but I haven't actually danced since 1695. I'm rubbish at it myself, Harry assured her. We can be terrible together. Her laugh, still rare enough to feel like a victory, brightened her entire face. She took his hand and followed him to the dance floor. They moved awkwardly at first, finding rhythm together through trial and error. Lyra's formal dance training from centuries earlier meshed oddly with Harry's modern lack of skill, creating something unique but surprisingly compatible. See? Harry said as they narrowly avoided colliding with George and Angelina. Not so difficult to participate. I'm beginning to see the appeal, Lyra admitted, her eyes sparkling with enjoyment. The moment of normalcy shattered as a silver lynx Patronus landed in the middle of the dance floor. Kingsley's voice emerged, urgent and commanding, "The Ministry has fallen. Scrimgeour is dead. They are coming." Chaos erupted. Guests disapparated while protective enchantments collapsed under the assault of arriving Death Eaters. Harry grabbed Lyra's hand and fought through panicking crowds to find Ron and Hermione. "We need to leave," Hermione shouted over the commotion, grabbing both boys' arms. "My pendant!" Lyra cried, activating its protective field around the four of them. "It will hide our apparition signature." Death Eaters burst into the tent as Hermione turned on the spot, yanking them all into the crushing darkness of apparition. The last thing Harry saw was Lyra's pendant blazing with brilliant blue light, creating a reflective shield that momentarily confused their attackers. They materialized on a busy London street, narrowly avoiding being hit by a bus. "Where are we?" Ron asked, looking around wildly. "Tottenham Court Road," Hermione replied, already moving them away from the apparition point. "First place I thought of. We need to change, find somewhere quiet." They ducked into an alley where Hermione produced clothes from her magical bag. Harry and Ron quickly pulled jumpers over their dress shirts while Lyra transformed her formal robes into a simple dress with a flick of her wand. "Impressive transfiguration," Hermione noted. "Necessity breeds innovation," Lyra replied, tucking her wand away. "The pendant's protection won't last much longer," that shield drained it significantly. They found a small, empty cafe where they could gather their thoughts. Harry's signet ring remained cool against his finger, suggesting no immediate danger. "The Ministry's fallen," Ron said, still processing Kingsley's warning. "You know who's really taken over." "We need a safe place," Hermione whispered. "Somewhere to regroup." "Grimmauld Place," Harry decided. "It's under Fidelius' charm protection." "But Snape can get in," Hermione reminded him. "He was a secret keeper." "We don't have many options," Harry countered. "And Moody set jinxes against Snape after he killed Dumbledore." A flicker of movement outside the cafe window caught Lyra's attention. "We're being followed," she said quietly. "Two men across the street, they keep looking this way." Harry's ring warmed slightly against his finger, confirming her observation. "Death Eaters?" Ron whispered. "How could they have tracked us?" "The trace on Harry broke at midnight," Hermione reasoned. "It must be something else." "They might be tracking massive magical energy," Lyra suggested. "The pendant's shield, Hermione's extension charms, our apparition signature combined." The men outside moved toward the cafe entrance. "We need to leave," Harry hissed. "Now." But it was too late. The door opened, revealing two workmen who moved with the unmistakable purpose of wizards reaching for concealed wands. "Down!" Harry shouted, pulling Lyra under the table as spells shattered the cafe window. The fight was brief but violent. Harry stunned one Death Eater while Ron tackled the other. Hermione's quick thinking immobilized both attackers before they could summon reinforcements. Dolohov and Raoul, Harry identified them. They were on the astronomy tower the night Dumbledore died. "We need to wipe their memories," Hermione decided grimly. "If they report back that they found us." Lyra stepped forward. "I'll do it." Memory magic was a Silverwood specialty. Her wand work was precise and confident as she modified both Death Eaters' memories, erasing all recollection of spotting or following them. "Impressive," Hermione noted. "That's very advanced magic." 3 centuries watching Hogwarts professors perform memory charms, Lyra explained. "You pick things up." "Grimmauld Place," Harry insisted. "We need to go before more arrive." This time, they apparat directly to the hidden townhouse, Lyra's pendant providing just enough energy for one final concealment shield during transport. They materialized in the small square outside number 12, quickly hurrying up the steps once the house revealed itself. The familiar gloom of the Black family home greeted them, dusty, forbidding, but blessedly empty. Moody's protective jinxes activated as they entered, a dust figure of Dumbledore rising to confront them before dissolving when Hermione explained they hadn't killed him. "Pleasant welcome," Ron muttered, lighting his wand in the darkness. "We should check the house," Harry decided. "Make sure we're alone." They moved cautiously through the rooms, finding evidence of someone searching the place, likely Snape, but no current occupants. Regulus's room, Harry remembered suddenly. R.A.B., Regulus Arcturus Black. The locket might be here somewhere. They searched the house systematically, finding nothing until Hermione remembered seeing a locket during their cleaning efforts 2 summers earlier. "Creature might know," she suggested. Harry called the ancient house elf, who appeared with his usual look of disdain. But when questioned about the locket, his hostility transformed into something more complex. The story tumbled out, how Regulus had turned against Voldemort, discovered the Horcrux secret, and died retrieving the locket from the cave. How Creature had failed to destroy it as ordered. How Mundungus Fletcher had stolen it along with other Black family valuables. "And you have no idea where Fletcher might have taken it?" Harry pressed. "Sold it," Creature growled. "On the street. To a ministry woman. Short. Looked like a toad." They exchanged shocked glances. "Umbridge," Harry breathed. "We need to get it back," Hermione stated the obvious. "But how? The ministry's fallen to Voldemort." "We'll figure it out," Harry said grimly. "For now, we make this our base. Plan our next move." That night, as Ron and Hermione set up protective enchantments and prepared sleeping arrangements, Harry found Lyra in the drawing room, studying the Black family tapestry. "So many connections," she mused. "So many names I recognize from different centuries, now woven together." "Does it help?" Harry asked. "Having that historical perspective?" "Sometimes," Lyra admitted. "Though often it's just sad, seeing how the same mistakes repeat through generations." She traced a scorched hole in the fabric. "Families tearing themselves apart over blood purity, generation after generation." Harry joined her, studying the ancient family tree. "We'll break the cycle," he promised. "That's what this fight is about, isn't it? Stopping history from repeating itself." Lyra turned to face him, her blue eyes serious in the dim light. "History always repeats in some form, Harry. The players change, but the fundamental conflicts remain." Her expression softened. "But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to write a better version this time." The moonstone at her throat glowed softly, illuminating her face with gentle blue light. Harry found himself reaching for her, drawn by something deeper than physical attraction, a connection forged through her unique perspective and quiet strength. She met him halfway, their lips finding each other with certainty despite the uncertainty surrounding them. Unlike their previous brief kiss, this one deepened, carrying the weight of everything left unsaid between them, fear for the future, gratitude for finding each other across impossible odds, determination to face whatever came next together. When they finally separated, the pendant and Harry's copper disc were both glowing brightly, their magical connection visibly manifested. "Well," Lyra said softly, "that's one way to strengthen a magical bond." Harry laughed, the sound startling in the gloomy house. "Is that what we're calling it?" Her answering smile chased away the shadows, if only temporarily. In the midst of war and impossible tasks, they had found something worth fighting for, a chance to truly live after both had been imprisoned in different ways. The weeks that followed established a routine of research, planning, and surveillance. They took turns watching the ministry entrance under Harry's invisibility cloak, building knowledge of security measures and identifying Umbridge patterns. Lyra's pendant proved unexpectedly valuable during these reconnaissance missions. Its reflective properties allowed her to occasionally glimpse inside secure areas without physical access, brief, unpredictable visions that nevertheless provided crucial information. "Umbridge keeps the locket on her person," she reported after one such vision. "Wears it like a prize around her neck. I could see it clearly, definitely Slytherin's locket." "We need to get into the ministry," Harry decided. "Direct confrontation. That's insane, Hermione protested. The place is crawling with Death Eaters. We'll use Polyjuice Potion, Harry countered. Go in disguised, find Umbridge, get the locket, leave. And if something goes wrong? Ron asked. Then we improvise, Harry replied grimly. They planned meticulously, targeting specific ministry employees for impersonation, gathering intelligence on security protocols, and preparing escape routes. Lyra spent hours strengthening her pendant's abilities, pushing its limits. I think I can create a larger reflective field now, she demonstrated one evening, expanding the shimmering dome to encompass the entire kitchen. It won't make us invisible, but it might confuse magical detection long enough to escape if needed. And the mirror dimension? Harry asked. The one you used when escaping the Death Eaters? Lyra's expression turned cautious. It's unpredictable. And it can only support one person, me, because of my connection to the pendant. I can't take anyone with me. But it gives you an emergency escape, Hermione noted. That's valuable. The day before their planned ministry infiltration, disaster struck. Death Eaters appeared in the square outside Grimmauld Place. Though the Fidelius charm prevented them from seeing the house, their presence meant security had been compromised. Snape must have told them, Ron said, peering cautiously through curtains at the watchers outside. They can't get in, but they know we're here. We can't leave without being spotted, Hermione worried. And we can't stay forever. We stick with the plan, Harry decided. Ministry tomorrow as scheduled. We just won't be coming back here afterward. Where will we go? Ron asked. I have an idea about that, Lyra interjected. My family owned a property in the Lake District, a small cottage. It wouldn't be in any records Death Eaters could access. Is it secure? Hermione asked. It has old protections, Lyra confirmed. And it's so remote that few knew of its existence even in my time. That's our fallback then, Harry agreed. After we get the locket. That night, unable to sleep, Harry found Lyra on the roof of Grimmauld Place, gazing at the stars. She sat cross-legged, the moonstone pendant hovering inches from her chest as she practiced controlling its magic. Can't sleep, she asked without turning, sensing him through their connection. Too much thinking, Harry admitted, joining her. Tomorrow's risky. The pendant slowly returned to its place around Lyra's neck. All of this is risky, Harry. But necessary. I keep thinking about what might go wrong, he confessed. About losing any of you. Lyra turned to face him, her expression serene in the moonlight. After 3 centuries as a prisoner, I've learned something about fear, she said quietly. It's most powerful when we give it our attention. Easy to say, harder to practice, Harry pointed out. Very true, Lyra agreed with a small smile. Which is why I'm up here practicing pendant control rather than sleeping. We each manage our fears differently. Harry watched as she demonstrated her progress, creating small reflective portals above her palm, tiny windows that showed different locations around London. I can't maintain them for long, she explained as the images flickered and faded. But they're getting stronger. More stable. Could you use them to escape tomorrow if needed? Harry asked. Lyra hesitated. Possibly. But there's a risk, each time I use the reflective dimension, the pendant's connection to me deepens. Madame Croker warned that eventually, the line between anchor and anchored might blur. What does that mean exactly? She wasn't entirely sure, Lyra admitted. No precedent exists for my situation. But essentially, I might become more like the pendant, or it might become more like me. Either way, the magic changes us both. Harry frowned, concerned. Is it dangerous? Life is dangerous, Harry, Lyra replied with unexpected lightness. Especially for people like us. At least this magic is my choice, unlike the mirror's imprisonment. She closed her hand, dismissing the flickering portals, and turned to face him fully. Whatever happens tomorrow, remember that you've already given me the greatest gift possible, the chance to live my own life, make my own choices. Even if that life is short, it's mine." The fierce gratitude in her eyes humbled Harry. While he'd been fretting about the dangers ahead, she'd been embracing each moment of freedom as precious beyond measure. "We'll get through tomorrow," he promised. "And everything after." Her smile in the darkness was answer enough. The Ministry infiltration began smoothly. Disguised as Ministry employees through Polyjuice Potion, they separated to accomplish their objectives, Harry and Ron to search Umbridge's office, Hermione and Lyra to infiltrate the courtrooms where Umbridge was conducting Muggle-born registrations. Lyra's pendant remained hidden beneath her disguised form's robes, but Harry could feel its reassuring warmth through his connection disc. They maintained contact through enchanted coins Hermione had created, based on the original DA galleons. The plan collapsed when Harry, unable to find the locket in Umbridge's office, received Hermione's urgent message that Umbridge was wearing it during the hearings. They converged on the courtrooms, where the horror of Muggle-born prosecutions was in full swing. Umbridge sat on a raised platform, a silver Patronus cat protecting her from the Dementors that guarded the accused. Around her neck hung Slytherin's locket. Lyra, still disguised as a court recorder, caught Harry's eye and touched her pendant discreetly. He felt his connection disc warm in response. She was ready to act if needed. The confrontation exploded when Harry, unable to stomach Umbridge's cruelty toward a terrified Muggle-born witch, stunned her and grabbed the locket. Pandemonium erupted as their disguises began to fade, security wizards flooded the chamber, and Dementors closed in. "Run!" Harry shouted, fighting through Ministry officials toward the exit. Chaos reigned as they battled their way to the atrium, stunning pursuers and dodging curses. Yaxley, a senior Death Eater, latched onto Hermione's arm just as she attempted to apparate them to safety. What happened next occurred so quickly that Harry barely processed the sequence. Lyra's pendant blazed with blinding light. She shouted something that sounded like an ancient incantation. The air around them shimmered like disturbed water. Yaxley's grip on Hermione suddenly passed through her arm as if she were smoke. For a split second, all four of them seemed to exist in a strange, reversed version of reality, colors inverted, sounds distorted, physical laws altered. Then Hermione completed the apparition, yanking them away from the Ministry. They materialized in a forest clearing, immediately dropping to defensive postures. But no Yaxley appeared with them. What happened? Ron gasped, checking himself for splinching injuries. "Where's Yaxley?" "Left behind," Lyra managed, before collapsing to her knees. The pendant at her throat pulsed erratically, its glow fluctuating between brilliant flares and near darkness. Harry rushed to her side. "What did you do back there?" "Extended, the reflective dimension, around all of us," she explained between labored breaths. "Just for seconds. Long enough to break Yaxley's physical connection." "That's impossible," Hermione whispered, examining her arm where Yaxley had grabbed her. "You can't change the fundamental properties of matter during apparition." "Mirror magic operates on different principles," Lyra replied, her color returning slowly. "Reflection is neither reality nor illusion, but something between." "You said you couldn't bring others into the mirror dimension," Harry reminded her, supporting her as she struggled to stand. "I couldn't," Lyra confirmed. "Not until today." She touched the pendant, which had stabilized to a steady but unusually bright glow. "The magic is evolving. Adapting. Is that good or bad?" Ron asked worriedly. "Both," Lyra admitted. "It gives us new advantages, but the cost." She trailed off, looking troubled. "What cost?" Harry demanded. "The line between me and the pendant is blurring," she explained quietly. "I can feel it changing me, making me more like what I was in the mirror." "You're becoming trapped again?" Hermione asked, horrified. "No," Lyra shook her head. "Not trapped. Transformed. The mirror shaped my magic for centuries. Now that magic is reasserting itself, but under my control this time. Harry felt cold fear grip his heart. Will you fade away? Lyra met his eyes steadily. I don't know, Harry. This is uncharted territory. A tense silence fell, broken only by the forest sounds around them. We have the locket, Ron said finally, pointing to where it hung from Harry's fist. That's what matters right now. Ron's right, Hermione agreed. One problem at a time. We need to secure our location and figure out how to destroy this Horcrux. They established protections around their campsite, setting up the tent Hermione had packed. The locket, now secured in a conjured box, seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. I recognize it now, Lyra confirmed, studying it carefully. Definitely the one I saw through the mirror. Salazar Slytherin's locket, corrupted by Voldemort's soul fragment. How do we destroy it? Harry asked. Nothing we have now would work, Hermione admitted. Basilisk venom, fiend fire, we need something that powerful. There might be another way, Lyra said thoughtfully. Something from my family's research. But I'd need access to the Silverwood Cottage library to be sure. They decided to relocate to Lyra's family property the following day. That night, they took turns wearing the locket, its dark influence immediately apparent in their shortened tempers and disturbed sleep. Harry woke before dawn to find Lyra missing from her bunk. Concerned, he stepped outside the tent to find her standing at the edge of their protective enchantments, her form strange and wavering in the pre-dawn light. As he approached, he realized with shock that she was partially transparent, like a ghost, but with substance. The moonstone pendant glowed fiercely, seeming more solid than Lyra herself. Lyra, he called, alarmed. She turned, her expression calm despite her uncanny appearance. It's all right, Harry. I'm just practicing. Practicing what? Disappearing. Controlling the transformation, she explained. As he watched, she gradually solidified until she appeared normal again. The pendant's magic is growing stronger. I need to master it rather than letting it master me. You looked like a ghost, Harry said, still shaken. Not a ghost, Lyra corrected. A reflection. There's a difference. Ghosts are echoes of departed souls. Reflections are alternative versions of existing things. Harry struggled to understand. Are you saying you're becoming a reflection of yourself? In a way, Lyra acknowledged. The mirror shaped me for so long that part of me still exists according to its rules. The pendant is allowing that part to express itself. She demonstrated, allowing her hand to become reflective again, transparent yet somehow more vivid, like an image in perfectly clear water. I can control it, she assured him, returning her hand to normal. And it has advantages. In this state, physical objects can't harm me. Spells behave differently. I can move through solid barriers. At what cost? Harry demanded. You're talking about becoming less human. Lyra's expression softened. I haven't been entirely human since the mirror, Harry. We just didn't fully understand what that meant until now. The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. He'd freed her from the mirror, but its influence remained, transforming her in ways they couldn't have anticipated. I won't lose you, he insisted, taking her now solid hands in his. Not to this pendant, not to reflection magic, not to anything. You won't lose me, Lyra promised. I'm choosing this, Harry. Mastering it. The mirror tried to consume me for centuries and failed. The pendant is just a tool, my tool. Her certainty reassured him somewhat, though worry lingered. As the others woke and they prepared to relocate to the Silverwood Cottage, Harry watched Lyra closely, noticing subtle changes in how she moved, more fluid, less constrained by physical limitations. They apparat to the Lake District, following Lyra's memories of a location she hadn't physically seen in 3 centuries. The Silverwood Cottage proved to be a small stone structure nestled against a hillside, nearly invisible until they stood directly before it. The protections held, Lyra observed with relief as ancient wards recognized her magical signature and allowed them entry. No one has been here since my family's time. The interior was dusty but intact, preserved by spells that had maintained the structure through centuries of abandonment. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with ancient tomes on magical theory. A laboratory occupied one room, its equipment antiquated but functional. My great-grandmother's workshop, Lyra explained, running her fingers over apparatus Harry didn't recognize. The Silverwood specialized in experimental magic, particularly relating to dimensions, reflections, and perceptions. Like the Mirror of Erised? Hermione asked, already examining the bookshelves with academic interest. The mirror was Corvus Blackthorn's corruption of Silverwood principles, Lyra confirmed. He studied under my grandfather briefly before being expelled for ethical violations. She moved to a particular shelf, selecting several volumes bound in silver-tooled leather. These contain the research I mentioned, on soul magic and magical destruction methods. For 3 days, they researched tirelessly, seeking a method to destroy the Horcrux without access to basilisk venom or other rare destructive substances. The locket's influence grew stronger, affecting their moods and increasing tensions within the group. On the 4th night, as Ron and Hermione slept, Harry found Lyra in the laboratory, surrounded by arcane diagrams drawn in silver powder on the stone floor. "I think I've found something," she said without preamble, her excitement palpable. "A method my great-grandmother developed for neutralizing cursed objects. Will it destroy the Horcrux?" Harry asked, eyeing the complex patterns. "Not directly," Lyra admitted. "But it might allow us to separate the soul fragment from the locket without damaging the container. Then we could destroy the fragment itself." "How?" Lyra indicated the pendant at her throat. "By creating a temporary reflection world, a contained space where we can manipulate magical bonds normally fixed in reality." Harry frowned. "That sounds dangerous." "It is," Lyra acknowledged. "Especially for me. I'd be using the pendant to create the reflection space, then entering it with the locket. The soul fragment would recognize me as a potential vessel and try to possess me." "Absolutely not," Harry stated flatly. "We'll find another way." "There is no other way readily available to us," Lyra argued. "We don't have basilisk venom. We can't control fiend fire. This method uses resources we actually possess." "It's too risky," Harry insisted. "The fragment could possess you, or the reflection space could collapse with you inside, or, Harry," Lyra interrupted gently, "I spent 3 centuries in a reflection prison. I understand this magic better than anyone alive. The risk is calculated." "I can't lose you," he said again, the fear raw in his voice. Lyra's expression softened. She crossed to him, placing her hands on either side of his face. "You freed me from the mirror to live my own life, make my own choices. This is my choice, to use what was done to me to help defeat Voldemort." Harry knew she was right, which only made it harder to accept. "At least wait until morning," he pleaded. "Let's discuss it with Ron and Hermione." Lyra nodded agreement. First light. The discussion the next morning was tense but productive. Hermione, after examining Lyra's research, reluctantly supported the plan with modifications. "If you're creating this reflection space," she reasoned, "we should be able to observe from outside. Maybe even help somehow. The pendant's connection to Harry might allow him to see into the space," Lyra confirmed. "Not physically enter, but watch and potentially communicate." "And what exactly will you do with the Horcrux inside this space?" Ron asked. "Reflections reveal truth," Lyra explained. "In the reflection world, the soul fragment will be visible separately from the locket, its true nature exposed. I can then contain it in a reflection vessel while removing the locket intact." "Then what?" Harry pressed. "We'd still have a loose soul fragment." "Reflection vessels are fragile by nature," Lyra said. "Once separated from its anchor, the fragment could be destroyed by conventional means, even a simple reductor curse might suffice. They spent the day preparing. Lyra drew elaborate diagrams across the laboratory floor while Hermione researched protective spells. Ron strengthened the cottage's defenses against potential detection. Harry, unable to concentrate on practical tasks, paced anxiously, the copper connection disc warm against his chest as Lyra's magic intensified. At sunset, they were ready. The locket lay in the center of a silver-inscribed circle, surrounded by candles that burned with blue-white flames. Lyra stood before it, the moonstone pendant removed from its chain and held in her palm. "Once I begin," she instructed, "no one crosses the outer circle. Harry, focus on your connection disc, it should allow you to perceive what happens in the reflection space." "How will we know if something goes wrong?" Hermione asked. "The pendant will change color," Lyra explained. "Blue is normal, white means success, red means danger. If it turns black..." She hesitated. "Get out of the cottage immediately. The reflection space might collapse catastrophically." Harry stepped forward, taking her free hand. "You don't have to do this." "I know," she smiled. "That's why I can." She kissed him briefly, then stepped back into the inner circle. Raising the pendant above her head, she began an incantation in ancient Latin that made the air shimmer around her. The moonstone blazed with light, expanding outward in a dome that encompassed Lyra and the locket. Within this dome, reality seemed to waver and invert, colors reversing, physical laws bending. Lyra herself transformed, her body becoming the reflective, not quite solid state Harry had seen before. Through his connection disc, Harry could see into this altered space. Inside, everything appeared as a more vivid, essential version of itself. The locket pulsed with visible dark energy, and Lyra glowed with blue-silver light. She knelt beside the Horcrux, still chanting, and carefully opened the locket with a hissing sound Harry recognized as Parseltongue. She'd had him teach her the command. What emerged was horrifying, a writhing mass of darkness that immediately formed a hideous approximation of a face. Voldemort's features, distorted and malevolent, hovered above the locket. "I see your heart," the fragment hissed, its voice audible even outside the dome. Still watching from behind glass, never truly part of the world. A curiosity, a specimen, a thing rather than a person. Lyra continued her incantation, though Harry could see her hands trembling. "He will tire of you," the fragment continued viciously. "The novelty will fade. What are you but a relic, a living museum piece? When he realizes you'll never be truly human again." "Enough," Lyra commanded, her voice echoing strangely within the reflection space. "You have no power over me. I endured Corvus Blackthorn's torments for centuries. Your words are nothing." She raised her hands, and the air within the dome rippled. A small mirror materialized, simple, handheld, its surface rippling like liquid silver. "Behold your true reflection," Lyra intoned, holding the mirror toward the fragment. The soul piece screamed as it was drawn toward the mirror's surface, stretching like taffy as it resisted. The locket beneath it dimmed, the connection between container and content visibly weakening. "It's working," Hermione whispered, watching through Harry's descriptions. "The fragment is separating." Inside the dome, Lyra strained with effort, sweat beading on her forehead despite her reflective state. The fragment fought viciously, sending tendrils of darkness toward her. "Harry," Ron said urgently, "the pendant, it's changing color." The moonstone had shifted from blue to purple, pulsating erratically. Inside the reflection space, Lyra faltered as a tendril of darkness touched her arm. "No!" Harry shouted, instinctively pressing his connection disc. To his shock, his voice carried into the dome. "Lyra, fight it." She straightened at the sound of his voice, renewed determination visible in her stance. With a final, powerful gesture, she completed the separation. The fragment tore free from the locket with an unearthly shriek, trapped within the small mirror she held. "Now, Harry," she called, her voice distorted. "Break the connection." Acting on instinct, Harry pointed his wand at his copper disc and cried, "Defendo." The disc split in two, severing their magical link. The dome of reflective energy collapsed inward, then exploded outward in a soundless wave that knocked them all backward. When Harry's vision cleared, Lyra stood in the center of the circle, solid and real again. In one hand she held Slytherin's locket, now dull and lifeless. In the other, a small mirror containing a writhing black mass. "Destroy it," she said shakily. "Quickly." Hermione reacted first. "Reducto," she cried, her spell striking the mirror directly. It shattered with a sound like a distant scream, the darkness within disintegrating into nothing. Lyra collapsed to her knees, the moonstone pendant falling from her grasp. Harry rushed forward, catching her before she hit the ground. "Lyra! Are you all right?" Her eyes fluttered open, focusing on him with difficulty. "Did it work?" "Yes," he assured her, cradling her against him. "The locket is clean. The fragment destroyed." Relief washed over her face. "Good. That's good." Her eyes closed again as she lost consciousness. For 3 days, Lyra remained in a coma-like state, her body occasionally flickering between solid and reflective forms. The pendant lay beside her, its glow synchronized with her unstable transitions. Harry refused to leave her side, maintaining a constant vigil despite Ron and Hermione's concerns about his own health. He held her hand through the transformations, grounding her with his presence. "She's fighting to stabilize," Hermione observed on the third night, bringing Harry tea he wouldn't drink. "The reflection magic and her physical form are at war." "She's strong," Harry said, more to reassure himself than Hermione. "She survived the mirror for centuries. She'll survive this." "Harry," Hermione said gently, "you need to prepare yourself. She might not come back the same." "The pendant's influence, I know," Harry interrupted. "I don't care how she comes back, just that she does." On the morning of the 4th day, Lyra's eyes opened suddenly. She sat up with a gasp, her hand automatically reaching for the pendant beside her. "Harry," she said, her voice strange, echoing slightly as if coming from both her body and somewhere else simultaneously. "I'm here," he assured her, taking her hand. It felt solid but somehow more than solid, as if he were touching both her physical form and something beyond it. She looked down at herself, then back at Harry. "I've changed," she stated simply. "How do you feel?" he asked, searching her face for signs of pain or distress. "Complete," she answered after consideration. "The pendant and we've merged. Not fully, but significantly." She held up her hand, demonstrating how it could shift between normal appearance and reflective state at will. "The magic is part of me now, not just anchored to me." "Is it permanent?" Hermione asked, approaching cautiously. "Yes," Lyra confirmed. "But controlled. I understand it now, the nature of reflection magic, how it relates to reality. Corvus Blackthorn only grasped a fraction of its potential." "And the Horcrux?" Ron asked. "Any after-effects from handling it?" Lyra shook her head. "It tried to possess me, but couldn't grasp my reflective form. Like trying to capture smoke with bare hands." She stood carefully, testing her balance. The pendant rose from the bed, floating to her as if magnetically drawn. When she touched it, it merged partially with her palm before reappearing as a physical object that she returned to its chain around her neck. "That's new," Harry observed, unsure whether to be fascinated or terrified. Lyra smiled at his expression. "It takes some getting used to. But it feels right, Harry. For the first time since the mirror, I'm not fighting against magic that was done to me, I'm working with it, directing it." Over the next few days, they witnessed the extent of Lyra's transformation. She could transition at will between fully physical and partially reflective states. In the latter form, she could pass through solid objects, reflect certain spells, and glimpse distant locations through reflective surfaces. "It's not unlike your invisibility cloak," she explained to Harry as they walked the perimeter of their protected area. Except instead of making me invisible, it makes me adjacent to reality. Alongside rather than within. Can you still be hurt? He asked practically. Physical attacks pass through me in reflective state, she demonstrated by passing her arm through a tree trunk. Magical attacks behave unpredictably, some reflect, some affect me differently, some work normally. And emotionally? Harry pressed, the question he'd been avoiding. Are you still, you? Lyra stopped walking, turning to face him fully. That's what you're really worried about, isn't it? Whether this change has altered who I am inside. After the mirror, you said part of you wasn't fully human anymore, Harry reminded her. And now this merging with the pendant. She took his hands, her touch reassuringly warm and solid. My body and magic have changed, Harry. My heart hasn't. The moonstone at her throat pulsed in rhythm with her words. I'm still Lyra Silverwood, just a version with unusual abilities. The sincerity in her eyes convinced him where words alone might not have. Whatever physical changes she'd undergone, the person he'd fallen for remained. Their relief at destroying the locket Horcrux was tempered by the challenge of finding the remaining ones. They spent weeks researching at the Silverwood cottage, venturing out occasionally for supplies and information. During one such excursion, they overheard disturbing news. A taboo had been placed on Voldemort's name, allowing Death Eaters to track anyone who spoke it. Snatchers roamed the countryside, hunting Muggleborns and Resistors. They're looking for us specifically, Ron reported grimly after returning from a supply run. Harry's face is everywhere, undesirable number 1, they're calling him. They're watching my family too, he added worriedly. Dad's not going to work anymore, Bill says they're being monitored. The breakthrough they needed came unexpectedly through the Potterwatch radio program, a resistance broadcast they discovered by chance. Between coded updates on the war, Luna's father mentioned seeking a legendary artifact associated with Rowena Ravenclaw. The lost diadem, Hermione breathed. Of course. If Voldemort wanted something of Ravenclaw's, it's been missing for centuries, Ron pointed out. How would even you know who find it? Tom Riddle was exceptionally resourceful, Harry reminded them. And arrogant, Lyra added. He would have enjoyed possessing something others considered impossible to find. We need to speak with someone who knows Ravenclaw's history intimately, Hermione decided. A Ravenclaw ghost, perhaps. The Grey Lady, Lyra said immediately. Helena Ravenclaw, Rowena's daughter. She's Ravenclaw's house ghost. They all turned to her, surprised. You know her? Harry asked. I observed her for centuries through the mirror, Lyra explained. She rarely speaks to students, but sometimes at night, she would talk to the mirror, not knowing I was inside, listening. She has secrets about the diadem. Then we need to get to Hogwarts, Harry concluded. Talk to the Grey Lady ourselves. Hogwarts is under Death Eater control now, Hermione reminded him. Snape is headmaster. Getting in would be suicide. Maybe not, Lyra said thoughtfully, touching her pendant. I might be able to create a reflection passage, a way in that bypasses physical barriers. Like a secret tunnel? Ron asked. More like a temporary fold in reality, Lyra tried to explain. We'd enter here and exit within Hogwarts, without traversing the space between. That's impossible, Hermione stated. Even apparition can't penetrate Hogwarts' defenses. This isn't apparition, Lyra countered. It's reflection magic operating on different principles. The castle's defenses are designed to prevent normal magical transportation, not, whatever I've become. The plan developed cautiously. Lyra practiced extending her reflection abilities, creating progressively larger and more stable passages between locations. The strain was evident, each attempt left her exhausted, but the potential reward justified the risk. I think I can do it, she announced after a week of preparation. A passage large enough for all of us, stable enough to hold for a few minutes. But I can only create it to somewhere I've seen directly or through a reflective surface. The room of requirement, Harry decided. You must have seen it through the mirror at some point. Lyra nodded. Many times, in different forms. It should work as our destination. The night before their planned infiltration, Harry found Lyra standing outside the cottage, gazing at the stars. Her form wavered slightly between physical and reflective, the moonstone pendant floating inches from her chest rather than hanging from its chain. Second thoughts, he asked, joining her. Practical considerations, she corrected. The passage will require almost all my power to create and maintain. I won't be much help once we're inside Hogwarts. We'll manage, Harry assured her. Finding the diadem is worth the risk. Lyra turned to him, her eyes luminous in the darkness. There's something else you should know, Harry. Something about the pendant and me. The seriousness in her voice alarmed him. What is it? The merging is progressing, she said quietly. Each time I use these abilities, the boundary between Lyra and pendant blurs further. Eventually, there may not be a distinction. What does that mean for you? I'm not entirely sure, she admitted. But I think I'm becoming something new. Neither fully human nor merely magical object. Something in between. Harry's chest tightened with fear. Will you disappear? No, Lyra shook her head. But I might not remain as I am. The magic is changing me, Harry, at a fundamental level. She reached for his hand, her touch shifting between solid and something else, not insubstantial, but differently substantial. I need you to be prepared for that possibility. Harry entwined his fingers with hers, accepting both states of her being. Whatever happens, however you change, it doesn't matter to me. He hesitated, then committed to the truth. I'll still love you. The pendant flared brightly at his words, as if responding directly to the emotion behind them. Lyra's smile held both joy and sadness. And I love you, she replied softly. Enough to warn you that loving me might become complicated in ways neither of us can predict. Harry laughed despite the gravity of the moment. When has anything about us been uncomplicated? I freed you from a magical mirror after you spent 3 centuries trapped inside. Complicated, is where we started. Her answering laugh dispelled the tension, the pendant's glow warming to a cheerful blue. They stood together beneath the stars, a boy marked by destiny and a girl transformed by centuries of magical imprisonment, finding in each other the courage to face whatever came next. The reflection passage to Hogwarts opened like a tear in reality, a shimmering vertical split that revealed the room of requirement on the other side. Lyra maintained it through visible effort, her form flickering rapidly between states as she channeled the pendant's power. Quickly, she urged them. I can't hold it long. Harry went first, stepping through the strange opening with the disorienting sensation of being in 2 places simultaneously. Ron and Hermione followed, with Lyra coming last. The passage sealed behind them with a sound like breaking glass. Lyra collapsed to her knees, the pendant falling to hang normally at her throat again. We made it, she gasped, her form stabilizing as physical once more. The room of requirement had configured itself as a safe haven, hammocks hung from the walls, and Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw banners decorated the space. To their shock, Neville Longbottom emerged from behind a bookcase, looking battered but determined. Harry, he exclaimed, face lighting with surprise and hope. You're here. You're actually here. The reunion was emotional as they learned how Neville, Ginny, Luna, and others had maintained Dumbledore's army as a resistance force within the school. Hogwarts under Snape and the Carrows had become a place of punishment and fear. We need to find something, Harry explained once the initial excitement calmed. Something hidden at Hogwarts, possibly Ravenclaw's lost diadem. Luna might know something about that, Neville suggested. She's a Ravenclaw, after all. But she was taken off the train at Christmas. Her father was publishing support for you in the Quibbler. The news was disturbing, but they had to focus on their mission. Harry turned to Lyra, who had regained some strength. "Can you help us find the Grey Lady?" he asked. She nodded. "I know where she usually haunts. But I'll need help moving through the castle. I'm still weak from creating the passage." They left Ron and Hermione to gather information from the DA members while Harry and Lyra ventured into the castle under the invisibility cloak. The Hogwarts corridors were eerily quiet, patrolled by sneering Slytherin prefects and the occasional Death Eater. "This isn't the Hogwarts I watched for centuries," Lyra whispered sadly. "The castle itself feels wounded." They found the Grey Lady in an abandoned classroom on the 5th floor, drifting mournfully among dusty desks. "Helena Ravenclaw," Lyra called softly, stepping out from under the cloak. The ghost turned, surprised at being addressed by her true name. Her surprise increased when she recognized Lyra. "The Mirror Girl," she said in a whisper-soft voice. "You escaped your prison." "As you never escaped yours," Lyra replied gently. "We need your help, Helena. About the diadem you stole from your mother." The Grey Lady's face contorted with old pain. "Why do you seek it? To gain its power? To use its wisdom?" "To destroy it," Harry said, revealing himself as well. "Voldemort corrupted it. Made it into something dark." The handsome boy, Helena hissed, suddenly agitated. "He too wanted to know. He found it where I hid it, in the forest of Albania. He defiled it with dark magic." "It's here at Hogwarts, isn't it?" Harry pressed. "He brought it back, hid it somewhere in the castle." Helena nodded reluctantly. "He believed himself the only one to discover the room of hidden things," such arrogance. "The room of requirement," Harry breathed. "In a specific form, where people hide things they don't want found." Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion from the floor below, shouting, running footsteps. Harry checked the Marauder's map and paled. "Death Eaters know we're here," he said urgently. "Someone must have spotted us." They raced back toward the room of requirement, dodging patrols and twice nearly running into the Carrows. When they finally reached the corridor, they found chaos, DA members streaming into the room, pursued by Death Eaters who had breached their sanctuary. "They're evacuating the younger students," Neville explained, blood streaming from a cut above his eye. "Through a passage to the Hog's Head. Aberforth is helping." Inside, the room had transformed into a battleground. Spells flew as students retreated through a portrait hole while older DA members provided cover. Ron and Hermione fought back to back, defending the escape route. "We need to find the diadem." Harry shouted over the din, "We need the room to change." "Not until everyone's evacuated," Neville insisted. The fight intensified as more Death Eaters arrived. Lyra, still weakened from creating the passage, nevertheless joined the defense. Her pendant glowed brightly as she shifted partially into reflective state, allowing curses to pass harmlessly through her while she countered with precise spellwork. "Harry!" Hermione called urgently. "The rest of the Order is coming, they're mounting a defense of the castle." The situation was spiraling beyond their control. What had begun as a covert mission to find a Horcrux was becoming a full-scale battle for Hogwarts itself. As the last students escaped through the portrait hole, the room shuddered around them. Death Eaters breached the main entrance, led by Bellatrix Lestrange herself. "Potter," she shrieked in delight. "The Dark Lord will be so pleased." Curses flew in all directions. Harry ducked behind an overturned table, frantically trying to formulate a plan. They needed the diadem, but the room couldn't change forms during active combat. Across the chaos, he saw Lyra standing directly in Bellatrix's path, the pendant blazing at her throat. Her form flickered rapidly between physical and reflective as she maintained a shield protecting several younger students. "What's this?" Bellatrix cackled, noticing the unusual magic. "Another of Dumbledore's freaks?" Lyra's face remained calm as she faced the infamous Death Eater. "I am something you cannot comprehend, Bellatrix Lestrange. A reflection with substance, a memory with will." Bellatrix's response was a vicious killing curse. To everyone's shock, including Lyra's, her reflective form didn't merely allow the spell to pass through. Instead, the curse struck the pendant and reflected back at Bellatrix, who barely dodged her own rebounded magic. Impossible! Bellatrix screamed in outrage. Harry! Lyra called. I can hold them off, find another way to the diadem. Her confidence gave Harry the clarity he needed. Creature, he shouted. With a crack, the ancient house elf appeared amid the battle, looking alarmed but determined. Master called Creature. I need something hidden in this castle, Harry explained rapidly. Ravenclaw's diadem, a tiara. It's here somewhere, in a version of this room where things are hidden. Creature's eyes widened with understanding. Creature knows of this place. Creature has seen elves hide things for centuries. Can you get it? Harry asked desperately. It would look old, with Ravenclaw's eagle and the words, "Wit beyond measure, is man's greatest treasure," Creature finished. Creature will find it. The house elf disappeared with another crack. Across the room, Lyra had created a reflective barrier that confused the Death Eaters, making targets appear in different locations than they actually were. The DA members quickly adapted, using this advantage to stun several opponents. We need to get out of here. Ron shouted, fighting his way to Harry's side. The whole castle is under attack. The battle for Hogwarts had begun in earnest. Through windows, they could see spellfire in the grounds as Order members engaged Death Eaters attempting to breach the castle's outer defenses. Creature reappeared, clutching a tarnished tiara. Creature has found it. Dark magic, yes, very dark, like the locket. Harry grabbed the diadem, feeling the same malevolent energy that had emanated from the locket. Now we just need to destroy it. Fiendfire would work, Hermione called, deflecting a curse. But it's too dangerous to control. The room of requirement is compromised, Neville added, helping a wounded Luna toward the exit. We need to retreat. They fought their way out of the room, emerging into a corridor where professors and Order members battled Death Eaters. McGonagall herself dueled 3 opponents simultaneously, her wand worked so fast it blurred. Potter, she called upon seeing him. The castle is surrounded. He's coming, Voldemort himself. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. What had begun as a secret mission was now a desperate fight for survival. They needed to destroy the Horcrux and find Nagini, Voldemort's snake, which Harry suspected was another Horcrux. As they retreated toward the Great Hall, Lyra suddenly stiffened. Harry, she called urgently. The pendant, it's reacting to something. The moonstone glowed blood red, pulsing like a heartbeat. It senses the other Horcruxes, she realized. Like calling to like. Can you use that? Harry asked. Track them somehow. Lyra's eyes unfocused slightly as she communed with the pendant's magic. 2 sources, she reported. The diadem in your hand, and something else, moving through the grounds. Must be the snake. And Voldemort? Coming, she confirmed grimly. The pendant senses his approach, he's connected to all the fragments. They reached the Great Hall, which had been converted to a command center for the castle's defense. Order members, professors, and older students coordinated in groups while Madame Pomfrey treated the wounded in a makeshift hospital area. We need to destroy this, Harry announced, holding up the diadem. Before Voldemort arrives. The Chamber of Secrets, Ron suggested suddenly. Basilisk fangs, they're still down there. Brilliant. Harry agreed. Hermione, Ron, go to the chamber, you know where it is, Ron knows how to open it. Bring back fangs for the diadem and the snake. As they rushed off, Harry turned to Lyra, who was maintaining a reflective shield around several wounded students as Death Eater spells peppered the Great Hall's entrance. Can you keep tracking the snake? He asked. She nodded, though the strain showed in her face. The pendant connection is growing stronger as they come closer. I can feel all of them, the diadem, the snake, and him. The main soul piece. A tremendous explosion shook the castle foundations. Through the shattered windows, they saw a portion of Hogwarts' outer wall collapse under magical assault. Death Eaters swarmed through the breach, with a familiar serpent slithering among them. Nagini, Harry breathed. We need to get to her. Potter. McGonagall called over the chaos. He's demanding your surrender. Projecting his voice into the castle, he's giving us 1 hour to turn you over or he'll kill everyone. The classic Voldemort ultimatum, Harry's life for everyone else's. But Harry knew surrender would solve nothing, all the Horcruxes had to be destroyed first. Professor, we need time, he explained rapidly. There are objects, connected to Voldemort, that must be destroyed before he can be defeated. Understanding dawned in McGonagall's eyes. Albus's mission, she realized. Very well, Potter. We'll hold them as long as possible. Ron and Hermione returned, breathless but triumphant, carrying several basilisk fangs. We got them. Hermione announced. And we've already destroyed the cup. The cup? Harry questioned. Hufflepuff's cup, Ron explained quickly. We found it in Bellatrix's vault, long story, involved a dragon, but it's done. Harry felt a surge of hope. The locket, the cup, and now the diadem, only Nagini and Voldemort himself would remain. They retreated to a relatively secure corner of the hall. Harry placed the diadem on the floor, and without ceremony, Ron stabbed it with a basilisk fang. The Horcrux screamed as black ichor poured from the damaged relic, the malevolent presence within destroyed. 3 down, Ron said grimly. 2 to go. Lyra suddenly gasped, the pendant flaring blindingly bright. He's here, she whispered. Voldemort has entered the grounds. The final battle for Hogwarts intensified. Order members and students fought valiantly against overwhelming numbers of Death Eaters. The castle itself seemed to join the fight, suits of armor animated by McGonagall's spellwork, moving staircases redirecting to trap enemies, portraits guiding defenders through secret passages. Through it all, Lyra used her increasingly powerful reflection abilities to confuse and misdirect attackers. Her form shifted more frequently between physical and reflective states, the pendant no longer a separate object but seemingly part of her being. The snake stays close to him, she reported, tracking Nagini through the pendant's connection. They're in the boathouse now, Voldemort and Snape. Harry felt a sudden intrusion of Voldemort's thoughts, the connection he'd fought to block all year opening in the Dark Lord's moment of heightened emotion. He's going to kill Snape, Harry realized. For the Elder Wand, he thinks Snape is its master because he killed Dumbledore. We need to get to the snake, Hermione reminded him. It's our last chance before confronting you-know-who himself. They moved carefully through the embattled castle toward the boathouse. Lyra led the way, her reflective abilities allowing her to scout ahead without being detected. Something's wrong, she said suddenly, stopping in a corridor littered with rubble. The pendant, it's pulling me. Like it wants me to go somewhere specific. Voldemort? Harry suggested worriedly. No, Lyra frowned. Something else. Something familiar. Before they could investigate, a wall exploded beside them. Rubble rained down, separating Harry from the others. When the dust cleared, he found himself alone on one side of a massive pile of debris. Harry! Hermione called from the other side. Are you all right? I'm fine, he shouted back. Keep going to the boathouse, I'll find another way. Trusting them to continue the mission, Harry sought an alternative route. As he navigated the damaged castle, his scar burned with increasing intensity. Voldemort's anger washed through their connection, Snape was dead, but the Elder Wand still wasn't working as expected. A familiar, magnified voice echoed through the castle, you have fought valiantly, but in vain. I do not wish this. Every drop of magical blood spilled is a terrible waste. I therefore command my forces to retreat. Harry Potter, I speak now directly to you. Meet me in the Forbidden Forest within the hour, or watch as I kill every last man, woman, and child who tries to conceal you. The ultimatum hung in the air as the sounds of battle temporarily subsided. Harry knew what he had to do, but first, he needed to ensure someone could kill the snake. He made his way back to the Great Hall, where the wounded were being treated and the dead laid out with respect. The sight of familiar faces among the fallen, Fred Weasley, Remus and Tonks lying side by side, Colin Creevey, hardened his resolve. Ron and Hermione rushed to him, faces streaked with tears and dust. Snape's dead, Ron reported grimly. You know who had the snake kill him. But before he died, Hermione added, he gave Harry memories. We need to see them. Where's Lyra? Harry asked, noticing her absence. She said the pendant was pulling her somewhere, Hermione explained worriedly. She went to investigate while we came to find you. Harry felt a chill of premonition. I need to view Snape's memories first, then find her. Something's happening that we don't understand. In Dumbledore's office, the pensieve revealed Snape's shocking truth, his love for Lily, his years of secret loyalty, and the devastating revelation, Harry himself was an unintended Horcrux, containing a fragment of Voldemort's soul. He had to die for Voldemort to become mortal. The knowledge settled over him with strange calm. Somehow, he had always known it would come to this, that his survival had been temporary, a borrowed time to complete his task. As he prepared to face Voldemort in the forest, Harry desperately searched for Lyra. He needed to say goodbye, to explain, to see her one last time. But she was nowhere to be found. Her pendant was acting strangely, Hermione reminded him. Drawing her somewhere in the castle. With time running out, Harry left messages with his friends, explanations, goodbyes, his plan for Nagini. Then, invisible under his cloak, he headed toward the forest. Near the edge of the trees, a reflective shimmer caught his eye. Lyra stood partially concealed behind an ancient oak, her form flickering between states more rapidly than he'd ever seen. Harry, she called softly. I felt you coming. He removed the cloak, drinking in the sight of her. I've been looking everywhere for you. The pendant pulled you away, to the mirror room, she explained, approaching him. The place where the mirror of Erised stood. There's residual magic there, it recognized me, called to me. Harry noticed the pendant was no longer visible at her throat. Your necklace, fully merged, she said, touching the place where it had hung. I am the pendant now, or it is me. The distinction has disappeared. Despite the dire circumstances, Harry felt wonder at her transformation. Are you all right? Does it hurt? No pain, she assured him. Just, completion. The process that began when you freed me has reached its conclusion. She must have seen something in his expression, the resignation, the acceptance of his fate, because her face changed. You're going to him, she realized. To sacrifice yourself. I have to, Harry explained. I just learned, I'm a Horcrux, Lyra. Have been since he killed my parents. The only way to destroy that fragment is for you to die, she finished, understanding instantly. But Harry, there must be another way. There isn't time to find one, he said gently. People are dying. He won't stop until I face him. Lyra stepped closer, her form solidifying completely as she took his hands. Let me try something, she pleaded. The reflection magic, it might be able to separate the fragment without harming you, like we did with the locket. Hope flickered briefly before rational thought extinguished it. It's too dangerous, he argued. And we don't have time to prepare like we did at the cottage. I'm stronger now, she insisted. The magic is part of me, fully integrated. Please, Harry, let me try. The desperation in her eyes wore down his resolve. If there was even a small chance. What would you need to do, he asked. Create a reflection space around you, she explained quickly. Like I did with the locket, but more precise. I can see the fragment now, the pendant's connection lets me perceive it separately from you. And then what? I pull it out, she said simply. Into a reflection vessel, myself. Temporarily contain it, then destroy it. Alarm shot through him. Contain it in yourself? That's too dangerous. My reflective nature can hold it briefly, Lyra assured him. Long enough to destroy it without harming you. Harry checked his watch, 20 minutes until Voldemort's deadline. Not enough time for a proper ritual, but perhaps enough for this desperate attempt. All right, he agreed. But if anything goes wrong, if the fragment starts to possess you, it won't, she promised. I spent 3 centuries resisting the mirror's influence. I can handle a fragment for a few moments. They moved deeper into the forest, finding a small clearing away from both the castle and Voldemort's gathering forces. Lyra stood before Harry, her form beginning to shimmer with intensifying reflective energy. I love you, Harry said suddenly, needing her to know before whatever happened next. Her smile was luminous in the darkness. I know. It's what gives me the strength to do this. She raised her hands, and the air around them rippled like disturbed water. Harry felt himself enveloped in the now familiar sensation of the reflection space, colors inverting, physical laws altering subtly. Lyra herself transformed, becoming more light than substance, her human form merely a suggestion within pure magical energy. I can see it, her voice echoed strangely around him. The fragment, it's embedded in your scar, tendrils spreading through your magical core. Harry felt an uncomfortable tugging sensation beneath his skin, as if something long dormant was stirring. His scar burned with increasing intensity. It's resisting, Lyra observed, her light form pulsing with effort. Fighting to remain anchored to you. Can you break the connection? Harry gasped through the pain. Yes, but it will hurt, she warned. Brace yourself. The tugging sensation became a violent pull. Harry dropped to his knees as it felt like part of his very being was being torn away. His vision swam with agony as the fragment fought to remain attached. Through the haze of pain, he saw Lyra's form change again, no longer merely reflective but something beyond physical comprehension. She appeared as living light shaped into human form, the merged pendant energy glowing at her core. This was what she had become, neither fully human nor merely magical object, but something new. Almost there, her voice came from everywhere and nowhere. The connection is weakening. With a final, excruciating pull, something black and writhing tore free from Harry's forehead. His scar split open, bleeding freely as the fragment hovered between them, a malevolent shadow shaped vaguely like a screaming infant. Lyra's light form enveloped the fragment, containing it within her reflective essence. For a moment, darkness spread through her luminous body, attempting to corrupt her from within. Lyra! Harry cried, reaching for her despite the pain. Stay back, she commanded, her voice distorted as she fought the fragment's influence. I can hold it, just need to. Her form condensed suddenly, compressing the darkness into a tiny point at her center. Then, with a sound like shattering glass, she released a pulse of pure magical energy outward. The fragment disintegrated within her, destroyed by the same reflective magic that had once imprisoned her. The reflection space collapsed around them. Harry found himself back in the physical clearing, blood trickling from his scar. Before him stood Lyra, or what Lyra had become. Her form was mostly human but with an ethereal quality, as if she existed in both reality and somewhere just beyond it. Her skin had a subtle luminescence, and at her center, where the pendant had been, glowed a softly pulsing light. It's done, she said, her voice normal once more. The fragment is destroyed. Harry touched his scar, feeling a strange absence, the constant background pressure he'd lived with since infancy suddenly gone. You did it, he whispered, amazed. It's really gone. Lyra nodded, moving to help him stand. Her touch felt warm and solid, though with an unusual energy that tickled his skin. You're different, he observed, studying her transformed appearance. The final integration, she explained. Containing and destroying the fragment accelerated the process. I am now fully what I was becoming, a reflection given substance, a memory with will. Are you still, you? Harry asked, the same question he'd worried about before. Her smile was the familiar one he'd fallen in love with, despite her altered appearance. More myself than I've been since 1695, she assured him. Free of both the mirror's prison and the pendant's limitations. Simply Lyra, in a new form. The relief was overwhelming. Not only was he free of the Horcrux without having to die, but Lyra had completed her transformation in a way that seemed to bring her peace rather than further imprisonment. Voldemort's deadline is approaching, she reminded him. He'll still have Nagini. And he'll still want me dead, Harry added grimly. But now, when he tries to kill me, he'll only be destroying the connection between you, Lyra finished. Not a Horcrux. They hurried back toward the castle, formulating a new plan. Harry would still confront Voldemort, but not to die. The snake remained their primary target, the final Horcrux. As they emerged from the forest edge, they found Ron and Hermione frantically searching for Harry. There you are. Hermione cried, then stopped short at the sight of Lyra's transformed appearance. What happened to you both? Long story, Harry said quickly. But the short version, I'm not a Horcrux anymore. Lyra removed and destroyed the fragment. Ron gaped. How is that possible? Reflection magic, Lyra explained simply. Separating essence from container, as we did with the locket. So you don't have to sacrifice yourself, Hermione realized, tears filling her eyes. No, Harry confirmed. But I still need to face him. And we still need to kill the snake. They quickly shared what they knew. The castle defenders were regrouping, Neville had been told about the snake's importance, the remaining Order members were preparing for Voldemort's next assault when the deadline expired. I'll go to him alone, Harry decided. Make him think I'm surrendering. I'm coming with you, Lyra stated firmly. Not visibly, I can move in reflective state without being detected. And we'll organize the defense, Hermione agreed. Be ready when you need us. They separated with quick embraces, aware that despite their breakthrough, the fight was far from over. Harry approached the forest under his invisibility cloak, Lyra beside him in her reflective form, nearly invisible except for a subtle shimmer in the air. They found Voldemort in a clearing surrounded by Death Eaters. Nagini floated protected within a magical bubble nearby. Hagrid had been captured and bound to a tree, watching with tears streaming into his beard. Harry removed his cloak, stepping forward to face his nemesis. The Dark Lord's lipless mouth curved in a triumphant smile. Harry Potter, he hissed. The boy who lived, come to die. I'm here to end this, Tom, Harry replied steadily. One way or another. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed at the use of his birth name. Bold words from a boy about to die. Tell me, Potter, why did you come? Hoping for a quick death rather than watching your friends suffer. I came because it was the right thing to do, Harry answered simply. Voldemort raised the Elder Wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light struck Harry squarely in the chest, but instead of killing him, it seemed to pass through him, leaving only a sensation like ice water. Harry staggered but remained standing. Confusion and rage contorted Voldemort's serpentine features. What trickery is this? He snarled, casting the curse again with the same result. Harry felt Lyra's presence intensify beside him, realizing she was somehow deflecting the killing curse, not reflecting it back as with Bellatrix, but negating its effect on him. No trickery, Tom, Harry replied calmly. Just another failure in your understanding of magic. The Death Eaters muttered nervously, witnessing their master's apparent inability to kill a teenage boy. Voldemort's fury manifested as magical pressure that bent the trees around them. Then I will kill you with my hands, he screamed, lunging forward. The moment of distraction was what they had waited for. Lyra fully materialized beside Harry, her transformed appearance causing gasps from the assembled Death Eaters. Her reflective magic lashed out not at Voldemort but at the protective bubble containing Nagini, shattering it instantly. "Now!" Harry shouted. From the forest edge, Neville Longbottom charged forward, the sword of Gryffindor gleaming in his hands. Before anyone could react, he swung the blade in a perfect arc, severing Nagini's head in one clean stroke. Voldemort's inhuman scream split the night as his final Horcrux was destroyed. The Death Eaters scattered in confusion as magical backlash rippled through the clearing. Chaos erupted as Order members and Hogwarts defenders emerged from their hidden positions surrounding the clearing. Spells flew in all directions as the final battle commenced in earnest. Harry and Voldemort faced each other in the center of the storm, both knowing this confrontation would be their last. "Your Horcruxes are gone, Tom," Harry informed him. "All of them. You're mortal now, just like everyone else." Fury and fear flashed across Voldemort's face as he realized the truth. "What have you done?" he hissed. "How did you know?" "Dumbledore figured it out years ago," Harry replied. "He's been 10 steps ahead of you from the beginning." Voldemort raised the Elder Wand again, but Harry was ready. Expelliarmus. Their spells met in midair, connecting in a beam of golden light reminiscent of their duel in the graveyard years earlier. But this time, Harry's spell pushed inexorably toward Voldemort. "The wand isn't truly yours," Harry explained as they struggled. "Its allegiance is to Draco Malfoy, who disarmed Dumbledore, and then to me, when I disarmed Draco weeks ago." Comprehension and horror dawned on Voldemort's face as the Elder Wand resisted his command. The golden beam touched his wand hand, and in a sudden, explosive moment, the legendary wand flew from his grasp into Harry's waiting palm. Disarmed and mortal, Voldemort stood exposed before Harry, who now held the most powerful wand in existence. "Finish it, Potter," Voldemort spat. "Prove you're a killer like me." Harry raised the Elder Wand, but before he could cast, Lyra stepped forward. "He doesn't need to kill you," she said, her voice carrying strange harmonic overtones in her transformed state. "Your fractured soul has nothing anchoring it now. You exist in a state between life and proper death, a reflection without substance." Her words struck Voldemort like physical blows. He staggered, his form seeming to waver slightly. "What are you?" he demanded, recognizing magic he couldn't comprehend. "I am what you feared becoming," Lyra replied. "Someone who faced death and found something beyond it, not through cowardly Horcruxes, but through love and sacrifice." She raised her hands, creating a reflective surface in the air between them, not a portal or shield, but a true mirror. Within its surface, Voldemort saw not his current serpentine form, but the handsome Tom Riddle he had once been, warped and diseased by his own choices. "Behold your true reflection, Tom Marvolo Riddle," Lyra intoned. "This is what you've done to yourself." The mirror image began to crack, fragmenting like Voldemort's soul itself. He reached toward it in horror, and as his fingers touched the surface, his physical form began to disintegrate, not with the violence of a curse, but with the inevitable dissolution of something that had defied natural law for too long. "What's happening to me?" he gasped, watching his body flake away like ash. "You're experiencing the natural consequence of your choices," Harry explained quietly. "Your soul is too damaged to maintain itself without the Horcruxes." Tom Riddle, for in his final moments, he appeared more man than monster, looked into Harry's eyes with something approaching understanding before his form collapsed completely, dissolving into nothingness. The greatest dark wizard of the age died not with magical explosions or dramatic curses, but with the quiet inevitability of a house of cards falling when its foundation is removed. Around them, the battle stilled as Death Eaters witnessed their master's fate. Some fought on desperately, while others surrendered or fled. The defenders of Hogwarts pressed their advantage, securing victory with each passing moment. Harry stood motionless, the Elder Wand heavy in his hand, trying to process that it was truly over, the prophecy fulfilled, the war won. Lyra approached him, her transformed appearance drawing curious and sometimes fearful glances from those nearby. "It's finished," she said softly. You're free, Harry. Truly free. He looked at her, this extraordinary being who had begun as a prisoner in a mirror and become something beyond ordinary wizardry. In her transformation, she had somehow helped him complete his own. We both are, he replied, taking her luminescent hand in his. The aftermath of what would become known as the Battle of Hogwarts unfolded in a blur of grief, celebration, and reconstruction. The dead were mourned with honor, the wounded treated, the victors united in exhausted relief. Harry, Ron, and Hermione became instant legends, though they deflected praise and shared credit with all who had fought. Lyra's role remained somewhat mysterious to most, her transformed appearance and unusual abilities making her an object of curiosity and occasional wariness. In the days that followed, as the wizarding world began to rebuild, Harry made 3 significant decisions. First, he broke the Elder Wand and disposed of its pieces, refusing its power and the target it would make him. Second, he accepted Kingsley Shacklebolt's offer to join Auror training, committed to helping rebuild a ministry free of corruption and prejudice. And third, he asked Lyra what she wanted for her future, not assuming she would follow his path, but genuinely curious about her desires after centuries of imprisonment followed by transformation. They sat together on the partially repaired astronomy tower, looking out over the grounds where the final battle had occurred. Lyra's appearance had stabilized into her new form, mostly human but with an ethereal quality that marked her as something different. I want to study what I've become, she answered thoughtfully. The Department of Mysteries has offered me a position as a special consultant on reflection magic. Apparently, I'm now a magical classification unto myself. Would that make you happy? Harry asked. Being studied, after everything you've been through? I wouldn't be a specimen this time, Lyra clarified. I'd be a researcher, using my unique perspective to advance magical understanding. The mirror imprisoned me, but it also gave me centuries of observation and knowledge. It seems right to use that gift. Harry nodded, understanding her desire to find purpose in her unusual circumstances. And, us? He asked hesitantly. I know your transformation changes things. Lyra turned to him, her luminescent features softening with emotion. My form has changed, Harry. My heart hasn't. She took his hand, her touch warm despite its unusual energy. I still love you. If you can accept what I've become, I don't just accept it, Harry interrupted. I'm proud of it. You took centuries of imprisonment and turned it into something powerful and unique. You're extraordinary, Lyra. Her smile brightened literally, her form glowing more intensely with happiness. Then perhaps the boy who lived and the girl from the mirror can build something new together. I'd like that, Harry agreed, leaning forward to kiss her. The contact sent pleasant tingles through him, magic recognizing magic, connection deepening. 1 year later, Hogwarts reopened fully repaired. Harry joined the celebration as an honored guest rather than a student, watching new first-years experience the Great Hall's enchanted ceiling for the first time. Lyra stood beside him, her transformed appearance drawing fewer stares now that her story had become more widely known. Her work with the Department of Mysteries had led to breakthroughs in understanding dimensional magic, while her historical knowledge proved invaluable in recovering magical techniques lost to time. Strange to be back, Harry commented as they watched students being sorted. So much happened here. All places hold memories, Lyra replied philosophically. But few have seen as much history as this castle. Speaking of history, Harry said, reaching into his pocket. I have something for you. He produced a small silver frame containing a fragment of the original mirror of Erised, preserved after its destruction. The piece was inert, its magic long dispersed, but the symbolic significance remained. To remember where we started, Harry explained. Lyra touched the fragment gently, her fingers passing halfway through it in her partially reflective state. From prison to freedom, she mused. From observation to participation. From isolation to connection, Harry added. Above them, stars appeared in the enchanted ceiling as night fell over Hogwarts. A new school year beginning, new stories unfolding, as they had for centuries before and would for centuries to come. Lyra, who had watched countless such evenings from behind enchanted glass, now experienced it fully as herself, transformed yet complete, reflective yet substantial, ancient yet new. And Harry, who had once seen only his lost family in the mirror of Erised, had found something he needed more, not just love, but understanding from someone who had also known imprisonment and destiny's heavy hand. Together, they had shattered reflections and expectations, creating something neither could have imagined alone. Not a perfect fairy tale ending, but something better, a beginning, with all its messy, wonderful possibilities stretching before them. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.